their life with cancer. So I just wanted to set that up and just sort of ride with me. It has a happy ending here. It can have a happy ending for all of us. Just a bit about me. I am a proud first generation student. I went to Garfield High School. Any Bulldogs in the house? Yes? Okay, love it. Graduated in 1993 from Garfield High School. And then I graduated from the University of Washington. I attended the University of Washington not knowing what college was, not knowing what this world of academia is. I didn't know what a professor was. But I made it here, and then with the help of my advisors and faculty members, I ended up at UCLA in a PhD program and received my master's and my PhD in 2002. This is my 20th year teaching here at the University of Washington, which feels very weird. Thank you, appreciate that. It feels very weird, but it's also very exciting. And I wear lots of hats, as Minnie just said, all that stuff. But my biggest identity is being a mama to two amazing kids, Jalen and Alana, who are teenagers right now. And I'm so proud to say that they're thriving teenagers and a wife to an amazing partner. So that's a bit about me, who's standing in front of you. I want to talk a little bit about my life up until 2016. I was living my Oprah Winfrey's best life. I really was. I don't think I really stopped and paused to realize it. But I was, again, my kids were 5 and 8 at the time. I was a professor. I was teaching in the classroom regularly. My book was about to come out on my research, June 9th, 2016. It was released. I even, in a very humble way, say I was invited to speak at the White House. That's that picture in the lower left corner. To share my research, I worked in partnership with the Department of Justice and the Obama administration. And so it was a great life. Things were moving fast, and I was always really tired, but I thought I was tired because I was moving fast. I was also caregiving for my parents, who we had moved into a rental house and were caring for both of them as well. I like to cycle. That was my stress reliever, was to go to indoor cycling class. My friend actually from high school was the cycle instructor. She still is my cycle instructor today. And she was great. We would talk a lot. But I would start doing the class, and we do something called Tabata. Does anybody know what a Tabata is? Yeah. So 20 seconds on, intense, 10 seconds off, 20 seconds on, 10 seconds. And we do that, and then the second round, I'd start feeling like what was an asthma attack. It was really hard to catch my breath and to breathe. As soon as I got off the bike, I could get it to stop after a while. But that's the only thing that made me go to the doctor, because I was healthy. You know, I don't do drugs, didn't drink too much. I worked out regularly. I was healthy. So I go to the doctor, and she took my description seriously, and she did labs. But she also said you might have late adult onset asthma, and gave me an inhaler. My labs were a bit elevated, particularly my white blood cell count. And she said, well, typically Black women, this is the problem with medicine, have higher white blood cell counts, which is like, that doesn't make sense. But if you Googled it, it's a thing. So I said, okay. So it didn't help, but symptoms got worse, and I started thinking through the different symptoms. I would be in lecture teaching, and I'd get really dizzy, and I'd just kind of hold on to the podium a little bit to try and stabilize myself. Or I'm clumsy, and I know when I bump myself, okay, that's going to be a bruise, right? But then I'd start getting bruises all over my body, and I didn't remember bumping myself. So long story short, I went through more labs with her. She finally sent me to an oncologist. This was a different healthcare system. And the oncologist in October said, you might have something called MDS, myelodysplastic syndrome. And I Googled it, and it scared the shit out of me. Sorry, I'm gonna curse a little bit, maybe. That's okay. I think I can, right? I'm a cancer survivor, I can swear. So I didn't like it. She didn't want to move forward. She said, I'll monitor you. And so it was open enrollment in October, right? So I changed. So I was like, I'm in the best place in the world to have cancer. I'm going to go see. It was at the time Seattle, I don't even remember anymore, SCCA. Now it's Fred Hutch, sorry, Seattle Cancer Care Alliance. But I couldn't see a doctor until Jan 1. Anyway, I had to advocate for myself to see a doctor. I finally did. I saw another hematologist. He said, let's monitor you a little bit, drew me a bell curve. I said, yes, I know what a bell curve is. Said you'd have to be an older white man. That's usually who has this type of cancer. Finally, we did more labs, and early May, the weekend after that picture with my sorority sisters, we went to San Diego. I did a bone marrow biopsy. That was on That was on a Tuesday. I was at a conference on Wednesday. Thursday night, he calls me and he said, yeah, this is serious. And that weekend, I was supposed to go to Montgomery, Alabama for a conference, and they bought all my book for all the participants. And so I asked him, can I still travel? And he paused, and I think he thought, she doesn't understand how serious it is, but I did. I knew that that might be the only time that I'd be able to hold my book in front of people. So I went to Montgomery, Alabama. He calls me that Monday and says, yeah, I set you up an appointment with an oncologist. It's on Thursday. I'm thinking you might need to have a transplant. My mind was rocked. So Thursday, my husband, I was teaching that quarter. My husband met me at SCCA and sat in that little tiny room where she said, you have myelodysplastic syndrome. That was on May 26, 2016. She said, you have 18 to 24 months to live without treatment. And I needed to put my life on hold for a year. At that point, I just got a $4 million grant. I was the PI on it. I had a whole team, but I needed to put my whole life on, and that just rocks you. You're living your best life. You're hustling. My kids were young. I was caregiving for my parents. And then I had this moment in my life. So June 27th, 2016, my daughter's birthday is June 24th. So we celebrated her birthday. I said, can I at least celebrate her birthday? And then I'll go into the hospital. I had to do inpatient chemo. That's me on the top right corner with my thumb up, just trying to act like things were great. Oops, is it the computer probably went dead? Oh no, it's here. You got it. They put in the Hickman line in my chest. So it's a tube in my chest with 2 tubes hanging out for my chemo. I had to do inpatient because it was a life-threatening chemo, and they had to monitor me. So I was in the hospital for a week getting that chemo. July 26th, they did another bone marrow biopsy, and it was in remission at that point. And at that time, the doctor said, okay, we need to now look for a match. You need to find someone to save your life, to donate their stem cells to you and put it in remission. Long story short, I didn't have a match. So we were going to do a mismatch. I went into Fred Hutch and met with the transplant doctor. We thought we were going to sign the paperwork to do that. My kids that were 5 and 8 at the time, and I knew even a mismatch might give me 2 years. And I was willing to do that because I just needed more time with them. I just needed them to get a little bit older and have a little bit more time with mama. So that's what we literally went in to sign that paperwork. And the doctor, Dr. Filippo Milano, who I work with today, said, no, I have something that might save your life. And so thank God he's doing a clinical trial for umbilical cord blood for a lot of people like me. We're underrepresented on the registry. People who are, African-American, Native American, Latino, were underrepresented, Asian American, but particularly people with mixed race identity. My dad was Filipino and African-American, and my mom's white. So it was even harder to find a match. But we did it. And I don't have my Earth, Wind, and Fire up here, but if you know the Earth, Wind, and Fire song, September, right? Do you remember? September 21st. That was my transplant day. And so that's my theme song. And so if you ever need to pick me up, listen to that song by Earth, Wind, and Fire and remember that life matters. And so that was me fighting through it. This is a bit about the racial disparities, 23% chance if you're Black. But if you have mixed race, it's even less than that. Ancestry matters. This is something that actually I show to the students. I don't need to teach you this. I actually am working with athletics, and every year you might see us on Red Square. If you want to smile, come out on Thursday. All of our student athletes will be up promoting the NMDP registry for Be the Match. But this is how hard it was to find a match, and thank God Dr. Milano had an alternative medicine. So I often say that UW Med saved my life in a couple different ways, or University of Washington. One, in literally saving my life, but 2, giving my career and my passion. This is a bit about my journey. When I was in college, the student's age, I signed up for the registry. Once we began searching, I got this email. It said, when you joined the National Marrow Donor Program's Be the Match registry, you did so knowing that one day you might help save a life. You appeared as a possible marrow match for a patient considering a transplant. The process is double blind. So this was my 20-year-old self trying to save my 40-year-old self. They found me to donate for me. Yeah, that I called my girlfriend that night and she said, wait, I got to open another bottle of wine, like to process. Like it was like, okay, the system works, but am I the only one? I didn't have a match. I couldn't save myself. My twin brother wasn't a match. 2 people on the registry declined to move forward. Yeah, they tell you that. I was prepared, as I said, to do the mismatch. I met with the doctors, and then this was my oh, I did have this up here, sorry. My Earth, Wind, and Fire, a lyric. So this was like the only moment my good girlfriend, Hetty Lee, caught that picture of me. We had the 2 bags for umbilical cord. I let my kids name them. They weren't there, but we kind of tried to explain the process to them. Team John and Team Priscilla. Priscilla was the one that engrafted. Baby Priscilla saved my life. Thanks to UW Medicine and a whole bunch of amazing nurses. Okay, so what did I learn? What did I learn from all this? How do I make sense of this crazy journey? In the span of 7 months, I was diagnosed. I had inpatient round of chemo. I was back in the hospital for complications. Then I was in the hospital for 30 days for my transplant. And then the first 100 days are crucial. So basically every day or every other day I was back getting treatment, some type of treatment. So how I make sense of this, because it has to make sense in the way my mind works, is my wellness journey. How do I do this? I realize that it's not a moment. I'm not like, okay, I'm well now. It's going to be a lifelong journey for all of us, regardless of what we've gone through. Definitely a lifelong thing, not a moment. And also, I don't measure my health standards and other people's by their standards, right? I'm not into that competition thing about how many miles somebody did. If I walk a mile today, look, I'm good. Like that's what I'm going to celebrate, and I might even celebrate it with a darn donut. But always do something, right? I always have something in my routine. If I used to be swimming, growing up I did karate. I was a Taibo junkie, for those of you who are my age or plus, when I lived in LA. Billy Blanks was my workout king. Boxing here, I did sprint triathlons, walking. That's what my big thing now is, walking. Indoor cycling, seeing fun events. Like always do something that will center me and be my time. So that's my wellness journey there. It's important to know that because I was physically healthy, I was 41 at the time that I had my transplant, I was able to enter that clinical trial. There was really limited dimensions to what I could be. I had to be in a certain weight. They had to do tons of testing because it was going to be really hard on my body. But I also knew my baseline. If I hadn't been cycling, I wouldn't have known. This is like that disease would have crept up on me, right? So really knowing my baseline was crucial to know that something was off and that I should go in and get tested. And for me, it was not just the physical, but also the mental, right? I had to be proactive. I had to advocate to get that damn appointment, right? I really had to push the doctors and say, this doesn't make sense. Something's going on. Sorry, this is, but I also really believe that when I was in the hospital, I know that most likely I will get cancer again, and eventually I might die from cancer. I know that. But I knew that mentally, and spiritually, that first battle, I was going to win. I had a pact with God. I said, I'm going to win this battle, okay, God? I need more time with time I talk about my kids, it just gets me. But I needed more time with my kids. So I knew I was so mentally and spiritually, I also had to be strong to go through that. The second take home for me is we have to make our joy and wellness. It's not just going to I learned this, especially as you get older, happiness is not going to stumble on you. It is not. Maybe if you're walking, you see a little kid, that might stumble on you, but we have to make it. We have to book that spa appointment. We have to book that dinner with our girlfriends. We have to actively make our wellness. It's not going to just happen. I do have a constant fear of reoccurrence because they told me it's not a matter of if you'll get cancer again, it's when and what type. How the hell do you live like that? How do you live like that? For me, I have to make my happiness. I have to accept it and know that no day is promised. No minute is promised. We all know that as we're aging. Right? So how are we going to actively then make our joy and wellness and say, I might not have tomorrow, but I'm going to find 10 minutes today to be at peace, right? How would you feel if someone told you that next Monday you're going to die? How differently would you live your life? What would you do differently today? Who would you call? What would you say to your kids? It's hard to think like that every day, but if you can think like that once a week at least, right? And really see how would your life change if you lived your life that way? So not only just choose my joy and wellness, but make it. So I want to do something with you all, my happy place. When I would get chemo, and then also I had a lot of blood transfusions and platelet transfusions. They take my my blood pressure. If it was too high, I'd have to wait an hour, and I hated that extra waiting. So a trick that I did was I would go to my happy place. So I'm going to ask you to do that. So everyone close your eyes, put your head down. And think of the happy place, a place that immediately will make you take that deep breath and feel calm. Think about what it looks like. What does it smell like? What does it feel like? Are there sounds? And take a deep breath. Okay, someone open your eyes. Someone share with me where you went. The beach. Water. What? Anything else? Oh, Glacial Lake in the mountains. Right? I really encourage, I do this with my students actually, and we do it before a test now, right? To really just calm them down and center them. Because you can do that for free. You can do it at any time, right? You're stressed at work, you have a colleague that pisses you off. You can go to your happy place. You control that. And I learned I can control and literally lower my blood pressure, my heart rate. We can control our happiness. I think it's so important to remember that. These are my happy places, my babies, cherry blossoms, feet in the sand, and the water and the mountain. This is right here is my happy place. I like to ask the students to have one place that you can go to easily for free, right? Where can you go easily tomorrow if you needed to on the weekend? And then where somewhere is really expensive, you know? Like where's that? Bora Bora, right? Okay. So we have to make our joy of wellness. The other thing is we can't always control our stress and anxiety, right? And so when that happens, what do you do? And I think it's important to think about that. Like, yes, we can make joy. Yes, we can make happiness, but sometimes we're going to have shit happen to us. How do we deal with that and that anxiety? So I just thought about, what do? I asked myself, what do I need, right? Do I need to make another appointment with my therapist? Do I need to talk to someone? Do I need to go for a walk, get out of my office really quickly and go walk and look for some joy? Do I need to listen to music? What type of music? Is it going to be a Tupac day? Is it going to be a Liz Wright day? Like, what do I need to get me in the right mode? Do I need to talk with a friend? So think about, what do you need in anxiety? What's your game plan for dealing with that anxiety? And then 3 is my last take home point is my grind, grit, and grace. It's my little hashtag that I like to talk about it, but it's a summary of my take home points of where I'm at today in my life, coming through my cancer journey. First, grind for your passions. And I get to do that. I grind hard. And that means I work really, really, really hard. I have lots of titles because for me, it's a joy. I'm so thankful for the job I get to do here. I work really hard for my students. When I'm at work, I try and focus on work. I don't think about what I'm making for dinner. Okay? I don't think about all the errands I need to do. But then I play hard. When I'm with my babies, I focus on them. I'm in the moment with them, and that's hard to do. I'll be real. And I don't win every day on that, but I try to really be present with them in the moment. For me, after going through this and knowing that they may have lost me, that I want to make memories. That's all I want to do is happy memories that they have. So work hard, play hard, be present, and really try to balance things, but set boundaries. Grit, hard shit. I said I was going to swear. Hard shit's going to happen. It just will. And if it hasn't yet happened, you are blessed. But it does happen to us. And sometimes it's little in perspective or it's big, like cancer. or death of someone that you love. It's gonna happen. When I talk to student athletes, you're not gonna get your PR, right? Maybe you won't get the playing time you want, but hard things happen. And for me, what I learned is, who do I wanna be when hard things happen? Who can I be when hard things happen? I have a good girlfriend, Tracy, the one that my cycling instructor, who actually used to be a cheerleader here in college. I was texting her when I was waiting for the bone marrow biopsy results. And she said, and I said, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. And she said, we're not those kind of people. And I was like, first, is that judgmental? I don't know what that means. But then what I took from that is, I can choose who I want to be in this moment. I can choose to live my life as fully as I want until I'm dead, right? And so a cancer diagnosis, that moment or in the future, is not going to define me. I'm going to still keep living for as long as I can, as long as I choose to. And I respect, my sister-in-law passed in 2019 from breast cancer, her decision to stop chemo, right? So I don't want this to be like, this is how you live with cancer kind of story thing. Just want to say, you can choose. You can choose your destiny, even with a cancer diagnosis. So I know that hard moments are going to pass. One of my girlfriends, when I was in doing the transplant, and I was so sick one day, and I texted her and I said, I just can't do this. It's too hard. And she said, and I was so pissed at her. She said, this is going to be a blip in your life story. You're going to look back on it and it'll be just a moment. And I was like, no, it's not. It's like the world right now. But it was just a blip. It was just part of who I was and what I went through. So we can choose in these hard moments who we will be and what we want to make of them moving forward. I choose to fight cancer every day through getting our students on the bone marrow registry. That's my sister-in-law, Nina. One of the last lucid conversations I had with her, she said, you had your miracle. Maybe I'll get mine. Metastatic breast cancer was in her liver. I knew she wasn't going to get a miracle, but she said, maybe I'll get my miracle. That stuff is going to come. But for me to fight cancer, every single type of cancer, is to get people on the registry. I know it's small. There's a small thing. But for me, that's the way we can fight. Figure out a way you can fight through your circumstances. And then grace. So grind, grit, grace is that we don't have to be strong all the time. Another friend said to me, everyone said, you're strong, you can fight this. You're strong, you got this. That's not what necessarily we want to hear all the time. And I had one friend said, you're strong, but when you're not, I got you. And that gave me permission to just cry. Knowing that people have us. And I'm betting every one of you has someone like that in your life that got you when it's too much. And it's okay to say it's too much. And so I've learned that I was teaching that spring quarter when I was diagnosed, only a couple weeks left in the quarter, but I was still teaching. I had to show up every day, right? We don't know who's showing up every day and who's going through some serious stuff. So I really firmly believe grace for people around us. They might be active. Now, if their personality is constantly being an asshole, okay, I don't know about the grace part. But if they're off one day, right, or a week, maybe we give them a little bit of grace because we don't know what they're going through. And that's the same thing with us, is giving ourselves grace. That's the biggest lesson I've learned from all of this, is giving myself grace. I don't have to be on every day, right? I can show, as we said in the South, to say, show your slip, right? I can show stuff that's going on. I can be 100% real. I can talk about my therapist. I can talk about how I'm feeling inside, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and that's okay. And if it's not okay, I tell my students, if you share something with a professor and they don't respond the way you need, then maybe they're not the right mentor for you, right? So grace for others and grace for yourself. Grind, grit, grace, if you can remember that. And so I just hope that you have a really good symposium today, and I hope this gave you some thoughts about how you can move forward with your journey, your wellness journey, and how you can really work on it. I have a couple of quotes from some folks. My cycling instructor, she will be on the damn bike, and we are stronger than our excuses. Really? We are. We are stronger than any bullshit excuse we could come up with for not doing something that we know we need to be doing. My colleague, he's an assistant professor, and he said this in a workshop the other day, my path, my pace. And I loved it. I am on my wellness path, and I'm doing it at my pace. right? And that's what I ask that you all try to find. And the last quote, that's me. How are you making your wellness? I really want you to think about that today. So I'm just going to leave you with that question. How are you making your wellness? Thank you so much for letting me share and being 100% me today on this stage. And I hope you have a really great symposium today. Thank you.
Wow, I'm the poor schmo who follows that. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is JoLynn Mason. I'm really excited to welcome you to what we are calling our first annual symposium today on wellness. And we hope that it will not be our last annual symposium because there's a lot of great work to do in this space. I was really excited when I was tasked. I was very happy to be tasked with introducing the next two speakers and working on this pillar of wellness, which is happiness at work and in life. I think Alexis touched on that a bit. Happiness is transformative. It is about choices and changes and really finding space for yourself to enjoy the better parts of your world and your life. And we are really fortunate at the University of Washington to have two world-renowned experts on happiness, Tabitha Kirkland and Mila Titova. You can see their pictures up there. I can read you all their bona fides. I'm just going to direct you to the website that has that because they have such a great talk plan for you. I don't want to waste their time with my introduction. So please join me in welcoming our next two speakers for happiness at work and in life.
Yeah, we can just pass it back and forth. It's totally fine. We are both college professors, so we teach in the classroom regularly, and we are used to technology failing us, and we will just press on. All right. So we're going to share a little bit with you about happiness, and we're going to kind of talk about what doesn't make us happy, what does make us happy. We're going to start with a question for you. Let's take ourselves away from this dreary day for a moment. Imagine it is the last day of spring quarter and summer's right around the corner. You're just about to finish up, that like Friday. How are you going to be feeling? So try to simulate this for a second. Okay. Now, if you think you're going to be feeling kind of like meh or anxious or worried, raise your hand. If you think you're going to be feeling average, raise your hand. If you think you're going to be feeling great, awesome, raise your hand. Yeah, most of us think we're going to be feeling awesome, right? And like, how could we not with the prompt? So what I'd like to suggest to you is that you're wrong. So we'll share with you some research that suggests that when we try to predict our future emotions, we're usually not as good at it as we think we will be, that we tend to mispredict both the intensity and the duration of our future emotions, and that this can lead to some errors that we might make in decisions. We'll talk about the other kind of wrong things we do for happiness, a couple of other things, buying stuff when we should be buying time and experiences, and investing in low quality forms of social connection. And then we'll focus more on what we can do to be happier in work and in life by forming meaningful social connections and engaging in experiences that engender flow and deep work. So that's where we're going in our talk.
So I want to. I'm just kidding. Okay. Oh, this one definitely works. Okay, so I'm gonna start us off by talking a little bit about what are some things that we do that don't necessarily make us happy and kind of why that happens. So going back to that exercise that we just all did together. So what you guys engaged in by thinking and trying to predict your future emotions is what in more scientific terms we call affective forecasting. And that is basically just predicting how we will feel at any given time or moment. And normally we think about that in association with various events or things that we're trying to do, kind of using that as almost like a thermometer of like whether or not we should do that. Like, is that actually going to give us happiness? And what research shows that we are not very good at predicting the intensity, or specifically the emotional intensity of those experiences that we are predicting and their duration. We're pretty good at predicting, like, well, when the break comes, I'm probably going to feel good, not bad, but how long that happiness is going to last and how intense it's going to be is not something that we're really good at. And to give you one example, this one study might resonate with some of you. If you're sports fans, actually surveyed sports fans and asked them to predict how happy are they going to be if their team is going to win the title. And of course, they thought that they're going to be so, so happy. And then this happiness is just going to last for such a long time. However, if we actually check with those sports fans, following the Super Bowl or, whatever, kind of sporting event you pick, it turns out that, life gets in the way. Yes, it kind of gives us a little bit boost of happiness when that happens, but then there's other things. There's still work, there's still family things that are going on. So this misprediction can often lead us astray from really picking the right stuff to do that actually will make us happy. Another example that I love to give when talking about this effective forecasting mistakes is retail therapy. And I think that, I know, I'm with you guys. So what we usually think, we're like, I'm, feeling a little bit down. Let me go online or go to the mall or whatever, buy some stuff. It's going to make me so happy. However, what it turns out to be is that, yes, we think it's going to make us happy, but research doesn't necessarily support that. When we look at the data, it's the other type of experiences that actually would give us more happiness, such as spending money on experiences rather than actually buying stuff like clothes or gadgets and things like that. And I have this kind of graph here that actually investigated that in a study setting. And specifically, what was investigated is that people predicted kind of their future, how would they feel, like how well their money would be spent on a purchase that was a material purchase, so some kind of like stuff that we can keep, versus an experiential purchase. And people generally thought that buying something we can keep is a better investment. Like, of course, like this stuff is going to be with me. The experience will, kind of come and go. However, after looking at how people actually felt after those purchases, and they specifically look at the 2 weeks and a 4-week follow-up post this purchase, they found that people really mispredicted how much they will actually enjoy that experiential purchase. So I wanted to add a little bit more to that. Research kind of really consistently shows that if we want to, spend money on our happiness, retail therapy is not the way to go, and we really should be spending more money on those experiences. So that would be trips, going to concerts, even like trying a new restaurant. That's still an experience. It's not something, we don't keep that food. It's more of an experience eating it. And we also know from research why these experiential purchases are better for us. And one of the reasons is because happiness over material goods doesn't necessarily last long. It kind of leads to us adapting to it. And that is something that we call in happiness research as hedonic adaptation. And basically, the things that we buy at first, they're really exciting, but then once we use them a little bit over and over, it kind of, the excitement just wears off. And we don't necessarily see that happening with experiences. I mean, if that was the case, we would like stop going on vacations, right? It's always exciting. Another reason is that when we're spending money on material goods, it usually does not kind of contribute to our social relationships that we know are so important for us. And we will actually talk a little bit more about that later. But experiences we often share with others, right? When we are going on trips, concerts, again, trying new restaurants, we usually do it with other people. Maybe not always, but oftentimes we do. And we can also share kind of our experiences and tell other people about it and kind of build those social connections as well. We also know that when we buy stuff, that fosters materialism, and materialism and happiness just don't go well together. Again, a lot of research consistently shows that they're kind of the more materialistic we are, the less happy we tend to be. And finally, things that we buy can age, but the experiences are with us forever. So one example that I like to give here is, buying the latest like iPhone or phone, whatever. At first it's kind of exciting. It's like some new features there. Maybe the camera is better. It's exciting. But then, half a year later, there's a new model out there, right? It's already old stuff. But then at the same time, like I've been to Grand Canyon once, I will never forget that. That was an experience that will stay with me forever. So those are some of the reasons why spending money on experiences could be better for us.
I have one more story to share about experiences, which is that like even experiences that are kind of awful in the moment get better with age. I think about the first trip that my husband and I ever took. We went to Rome, Paris, and Barcelona. It sounds very romantic, but we both got sick. We like missed a flight, like all these like, ridiculous things happened. Oh yeah, our baggage got lost on the way there, and then we missed our flight on the way back. And so there was like a lot of stress, and we had been dating for 6 months. And so like this could have broken us up. But now it bonded us, and now we like laugh about it. And so it's an experience that is just like, any negative experience I think can appreciate over time and can get better over time. And that's kind of like a nice thing about experiences too, is that it's type 2 fun, right? It's like better in hindsight. The last thing we'll share about happiness mistakes has to do with how we use our devices. So I love this little image of what we all do every day. Look, we happiness researchers are guilty of these things too. One of the things that we do a lot is like sort of seeking these shallow social connections. And so we're kind of looking for the sort of social fast food, right? Like it's easier in the moment to like scroll on social media, to like someone's post as like a shallow way of engaging with them. And the concern is that a lot of these sort of small interactions online are replacing a lot of the interactions that we would have face to face. And so we know, and like lots of research has shown, that these interactions just don't have the same kind of benefit. I mean, think about having a Zoom meeting with colleagues versus like being in person with colleagues. Yes, it's annoying to travel to campus to see people face to face for like an hour-long meeting or something. It's easier just to do it from your computer. But if you only ever see your colleagues on Zoom, you're missing out on some of this like in-person camaraderie stuff, the kind of side conversations that wouldn't happen if you were just focused on task on Zoom. There's something that's sort of deeply biological about us as humans, where we kind of like are wired to connect with other people and have this sort of energy when we're in a room together. So I would say, another happiness mistake we make is kind of focusing on these digital interactions as replacing in-person interactions. It's interesting too, because if this was just sort of like a supplement or a benefit, like an additional thing we did in addition to those more meaningful in-person interactions, that'd be great, right? Like if you don't see your long distance partner very often and you can stay engaged with them via text or via video chat in between, that's certainly fine. But the concern is that these low quality social interactions are often replacing our more meaningful face-to-face interactions, and this doesn't tend to be very good for happiness at all. So what do we do then? So there's all these things that we're doing that aren't necessarily making us happier, right? We're Seattle flaking on things, right? Where we like are excited for making the plan. We imagine how excited we're going to be to go to the concert. The day arrives and we're like, no, I don't feel like it. It's kind of cold outside. My couch looks comfy, right? That's like the example of the affective forecasting error. We are excited to try to like make ourselves feel better with retail therapy, but then that high doesn't last as long as we thought it would either. And we want to connect with others, but then we end up just kind of scrolling through social media, right? Looking for those little hits of dopamine. So what we want to turn to in this like next part of the talk is thinking about what we actually can do to make ourselves happier. And we're going to focus on two major themes. One theme is how we can cultivate more meaningful social connections. And then the other theme is how we can get into states of flow or deep focus, and how doing deep work and creative work and work that reaches our highest mental potential can be really fulfilling. And how do we create space for that in our world? So I'm going to tell you a couple of like phone bad studies. So in one study, this study basically demonstrated this idea that when we have our phones out, when we're in the presence of other people, when we're trying to have a meaningful social connection, that these phones can actually be a hindrance, even if we're not actively using them. So in this study, Elizabeth Dunn and colleagues went sort of into the field, and they had participants share a meal with their friends and family. And they were instructed either to have their phones out on the table, not using them, right, but just like turned face down on the table, or have those phones put away. What they found was that when the phones were present versus when the phones were tucked away in their bags, participants felt more distracted, right, which reduced the quality of the time that they ended up spending with their friends and family. And so it's interesting that these phones kind of serve as just like this little cue or this reminder of like, there could be something entertaining on there right now. Or like, what if somebody has texted me, right? Like that sort of visual cue that ends up making us feel less in the moment mentally with our friends and family with whom we actually like are face to face and could be connecting. And so, you know, we are very like easily distractible beings, right? And if we have this like visual cue right in front of us, that can really kind of take us out of the moment. So one implication is that while phones can connect us to others that are far away, they can take us out of the moment with people who are close by. So we should probably think about what we can do to fully like remove distractions and temptations from ourselves so that we can enjoy our time. Similarly, this is a graph from another study that just brought participants into the lab and randomly assigned them to be in a condition in which they had a conversation with a partner who is a stranger, and they either had a phone that was not theirs, just a like a regular little like, I think it was like a little, you know, when phones used to have buttons on them, it was just a regular old, you know, tiny phone that was not their phone, or they had a little notepad that was the same size on the table. And so it was just like, okay, there's a small distracting thing on the table. What does that like mere presence of a phone do? And then they had participants either engage in like a casual kind of small talk conversation, like tell me your thoughts on plastic holiday trees. You know, still an engaging topic, right? But not very personal. Or they had to engage in like a more deep conversation, right? So like, tell me about the last time you cried in front of somebody, right? And so what they found in the study is if you look at the left two bars, the casual conversation, that didn't really matter for conversation quality, whether the phone was there or not. We can have superficial conversations with a distraction present, no problem. Where the difference came was with the deep, the important conversation. So the bars on the right, here with the phone absent, that white bar, people are much more likely to have a higher quality conversation than with the phone present, even though the phone wasn't theirs. Right? So even just this like cue of the phone being there, they didn't even realize it, but it impacted how deep they're willing to go in that conversation and how much of a connection they could form with that partner versus when the phone was away. So these things really affect us in very like subtle but important ways.
So to add to the topic of social connections, when you think about it, we are surrounded by people oftentimes, right? Here in this room, you guys, there's a lot of people, but also depending on how did you get here to campus today, maybe some of you took like a bus or a link, you might have been surrounded by other people there, or when we go to like a coffee shop or even, you know, doing our grocery shopping, we're just constantly surrounded by strangers. So it seems like it's such a low-hanging fruit in terms of potentially kind of forming some social connections, but we don't do that. We generally kind of don't talk to strangers. And that's what researchers were interested in investigating is like, should we be using this opportunity, the fact that we have all these people kind of around us as a potential kind of way of socially connecting and fulfilling this need for social connection? So what the researchers did, they actually recruited a sample of people who commute by train in Chicago from suburbs into the city. And they asked them, what if we ask you to talk to a stranger on a train during your commute today? Like, how would you like it? Do you think it's going to make you happy? How do you think people will respond? And overwhelmingly, people were like, no, thanks. And they also said that, you know, I don't think that if I'm going to try to strike a conversation conversation with somebody, I think about 50% of people are not going to be into it. And I also do it in my classes. I ask students the same thing, and they overwhelmingly agree with the participants in this study. They're like, mm-mm. But then when we start talking about why did they say they're not going to do it, oftentimes they're like, I would like to talk to someone, but I don't want to start the conversation first. I feel like if I'm going to approach a person, they're not going to be into it. I'm going to be imposing myself on them. And that's the kind of real reason. It's not because we're afraid of having conversation. We really want to be sitting there alone and not actually making those social connections. So in this study, of course, the interesting part comes where in the second part, they actually recruited those very similar commuters to go ahead and talk to a stranger during their commute. And it turns out that they actually had a really good time when they were doing so. Way more happiness was reported in the condition where people were asked to talk to strangers comparing to the conditions where people were asked to specifically sit in solitude or do whatever they normally do during their commute. And it turned out that nobody was rejected. Not one person in the study was actually rejected by a stranger when they were trying to strike a conversation with them. They also replicated this study using a bus commute and in the waiting rooms. And what is interesting about the study with the waiting rooms that they were able to actually survey both the person who was initiating the conversation and the person who was kind of the target of that. And both had a good time. And they said that it seemed like the time passed faster. They were happier, and just generally, waiting rooms are usually not the most fun environment, but people seemed like they had the time passed faster, so they had a better time. And kind of other studies also suggest that even, when we're going about our kind of daily business, such as, buying our daily, caffeine for the day, we can also really use this social connection opportunity there as well. So this particular study recruited participants who were going into the Starbucks, buying their regular coffee, and they randomly assigned them to two different conditions. In one condition, they asked them to make like a little bit of a social connection with the barista. Just ask them how their day was. Nothing like not a lengthy conversation or anything, just a very small social interaction. And then in the other condition, they asked them to be as efficient as possible. So they told them, like, have everything ready, your order ready, your, payment ready, like, don't make any extra conversations and just, get it done. And then after that, participants' happiness was measured. And what they found that those who were making this very small social connection during their transaction at the Starbucks actually felt happier. So it's not even that we need to get, kind of into those prolonged conversations, but such small things as just, greeting your barista and asking how their day was is actually beneficial for our own happiness as well. These are kind of the graph that shows various effects in terms of that study. So specifically, they look at positive and negative effect, which is basically just positive and negative emotions. And then the colors are the green is the social condition, so making the conversation with barista. And then the blue one is the efficient condition. They also felt more satisfaction with their life at the moment, and the feeling of belonging was higher. So even this very small interaction can make us feel like we belong with other people more. We also know that research shows that, kind of similar to what Tabitha was talking about with the phone study, that when we ask people to engage in more meaningful and deep conversation with strangers, people actually like it. So not only people enjoy, kind of having small talk with strangers, but also talking about very kind of deep topics with those strangers seem to be very enjoyable and kind of beneficial for our happiness as well. So here also in this graph, that's from a different study where participants were asked to either, just covered the graph. So they were asked to engage in those deep conversations, and they were asked to predict how it would feel. And then the predictions are in the kind of the gray color, and then in the red color is their actual experiences. So they measured the awkwardness level, which is something that we always kind of worried about when talking to strangers, either, deeply or not. The awkwardness, it was a little awkward. It's okay, but it was a lot less than what people were predicting. However, where the most important parts come is that they felt a feeling of kind of the bond between the person who they were talking to and them more. They liked the person more, and their happiness was higher. They also kind of, in a different study, they also looked at kind of like the interest in actually kind of becoming a friend with a person. And that was also something that was pretty high after following those deep conversations. So hopefully I convince you that talking to strangers is good for you. So let's try it out. So what I want you to do, and I'm sure some of you are sitting to people next to people that you already know, don't talk to them. What I want you to do is to find a person who you haven't talked to before and have a little conversation with them. You can go, you can do a little small talk. You can try to speak on more deeper conversations. It's really up to you. But yeah, don't be afraid to walk around. We'll take a few minutes for you guys all to practice that.
So, how was that? Was it less awkward? Was it more satisfying than you thought? You had a good time? Yeah. Great, great. I think this is such like an important thing to do too in Seattle, right? Like another aspect of our culture, which I love. I'm a Seattleite for life, but yeah, we can be a little shy sometimes, a little hesitant to break out of our shells. So it's nice to have that like direct confirming evidence for ourselves of like, yeah, it's easier to kind of keep to myself, but like I feel better when I don't, even extroverts and introverts, right? Like even introverts need social connection, just like in smaller doses. Um, so yeah, I hope that helps. Let's talk a little bit about our second like major theme for happiness. So there's the side of happiness that comes from having these connections to others, that comes from putting our phones away when we're with our close others so we can be really focused on them and present with them. And there's also the like nurturing these weak ties, these acquaintanceships, even strangers, right, can provide us with sources for connection. And I think all that's really important. And so there's that sort of outward facing aspect of happiness. And I think another really important part is that inward facing sort of piece. And so what it's like to be really present and really engaged in something. And so the second theme that we're going to talk about is finding experiences where you can really get into the zone. So psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi has coined this term flow for this idea that sometimes when we're deeply engaged in an activity that's really challenging, that we have just enough skills to meet, that we can really get into the zone where we kind of like lose our sense of time and place, and we can just kind of like merge into the experience, and hours can pass. We can like have to go to the bathroom and not realize it for a long time, right? Like we just get like really absorbed in what we're doing. And this could be different for different people, right? It could be like a lot of professional athletes report being in flow when they're doing something difficult in their sport. This could be, if you're doing like math problems even, and you're just good enough to like do them if you really focus. Or it could be doing art. There's lots of different kinds of experiences where you can have this experience. Actually, raise your hand if you've ever had this experience of being really in the zone. Everybody has had that experience, it looks like. Raise your hand if you have this experience regularly, like once a week. Awesome. So the idea is that this is actually a real source of fulfillment. We don't feel happiness in the moment necessarily. We don't really feel anything in the moment because we're just in the zone, right? But afterward, we report a lot of satisfaction, and frequent experiences of flow lead to life satisfaction. So when we work in a flow state, if we're able to achieve this kind of deep focus on our creative and our passionate projects at work, this sets us up for the kind of work that computer scientist Cal Newport calls deep work. Anybody read the book Deep Work? Okay, that's on my recommended reading list for you. I'm a fangirl of Cal Newport in general. Great books, Deep Work, Digital Minimalism, A Life Without Email. Anyway, this work is work that, ends up bringing new value to the world because we're doing something that really like cognitively engages us and makes us be creative and like put original things out there. And that's compared to shallow work, which is like the easy work that we can all do when we're in kind of a semi-distracted state where you're kind of checking things off the list but not really accomplishing anything meaningful, like checking emails, for example. And so, the argument is that for many of us, we end up sort of fragmenting our time such that we work in these little pockets of distraction where we're going between things, thinking we're being very productive, multitasking, but we're actually not getting anything substantive done. Because what we need to be doing is carving out longer stretches of time to focus uninterrupted on something so we can really get into flow and produce this like higher quality, more like cognitively absorbing, more challenging, more creative kinds of work. So you'll know a flow state if you have any of these kinds of experiences, right? Experience like time is kind of either speeding up or slowing down or like becoming meaningless. Times when you're totally focused, you're totally absorbed in the activity. The researcher who studies this suggests that there's like this merging of action and awareness where you like become the activity that you're doing in a way, right? You feel like a decreased separation of yourself and the thing you're doing. You feel less of a focus on the self and more of a focus on what you're doing. And in some ways, you might be reaching your full potential, depending on the domain. That might be your full physical or your full cognitive potential. So my challenge for you is to think about what you might do to try to increase your capacity for deep work, for flow states that then can lead to deep work. So one idea is that you could give yourself these longer periods of time for uninterrupted focus. Something that's worked really well for me actually is this strategy called time blocking that Newport lays out in one of his books, which is this idea that you kind of schedule out your to-do list. So instead of having this like amorphous, like looming to-do list kind of off to the side, you think, okay, here are the tasks and I'm gonna like slot them into my calendar, right? So like I need to do this like, several random things that are like email and whatever. Okay, I'm gonna put that like at one, maybe 2 chunks in the day, and I'll like check email maybe at like 9 a.m. and at 4 p.m. And then I'm like not constantly checking it throughout the day, right? I turn off those notifications, I'm not getting distracted. And then instead I'm giving myself these longer chunks, maybe every day, maybe not every day, maybe a couple times a week, where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna focus more on this. I'm gonna turn off my notifications, and I'm gonna be able to be more absorbed in this thing. Another valuable piece of advice that I think that we could all probably work on, myself included, is to develop a scarcity mindset when it comes to your time and attention. Let me explain this. There's this idea about scarcity versus abundance, right? Scarcity is like there's not enough, and so I need to like think about the trade-offs. When I give more to something, I give less to something else. And abundance is like love begets love. Like the more I have, the more I have to give. Abundance in general is a great mindset to have about your relationships. But for your time and attention, it really is zero sum. The more time you spend on one thing, the less time you have available in the day for something else. And so really start thinking about this idea of like saying no maybe more. It's really tough, I think, for many of us who want to be agreeable, who want to be pro-social and cooperative, which is most of us, to say no, but we really need to start thinking about every request as kind of a demand on our time and attention, and like how can we funnel those gracefully so that we're really able to spend our best mental time on things that are really engaging to us, right? And that doesn't mean you can get away with never checking your email again. But what I think about it is like, when are the times that I'm most cognitively on, like mentally with it? And for me, it tends to be earlier in the day, which is why it's great that we're doing this talk earlier in the day. I would be a mental wreck at 4 p.m., but 4 p.m. is a great time to do like meaningless spreadsheet stuff, right? And so I still have to do those more like mundane things, but I can do them at times when I'm like not my mental best anyway, right? So think about this idea of scarcity. What gets your time? What gets your focus? What, gets delegated somewhere else, or what can you put into those like low focus times of your day, right? And so hopefully if you have some autonomy and some control over how you get to organize your day, then that can help. The last thing you can do, so we've been talking about what you should buy, right? And like, don't buy stuff, buy experiences, or buy stuff that turns into experiences. Like Jolyn was just sharing that she buys yarn, but the yarn turns into the experience of knitting, right? So like that ends up being buying experience. But the last thing you actually can do is buy yourself more time, since we're talking about this idea of like time being scarce, time being a resource. So let's talk about that.
Yeah. So buying time has been connected to actually making us happy in a way of like one of the ways that we can, use money to actually promote our happiness. And some really fascinating research that has been done by Ashley Willens have shown that when people are just like surveyed in terms of how much they engage in those kind of activities that we would kind of call as, buying time. So let me actually give you a couple of examples what that could be. So for instance, that could be ordering food instead of picking it up yourself. Like if you're getting a takeout, that's, you're spending a little bit of money for either delivery fee or tip or both. But you are saving some time getting that food. Or it could be, kind of outsourcing your chores or something, like, hiring a cleaning service or something like that. So all of those are examples of buying time. So what research looked at is kind of how do people generally kind of naturally do they engage in those activities, and how that connects to their overall level of happiness. And what they found that it did, right? So those who were spending more time in order to buy back time reported being happier. And that was done with kind of a sample of, regular people like all of us. But what was also really interested within this kind of collection of research studies is that researchers were able to get their hold of a sample of millionaires from Netherlands. I don't know how, but they also survey them in a similar manner. So, of course, even when people have a lot of money, it doesn't mean that they will be using it in those ways that promote happiness, and some do and some don't. And what it turned out to be is the exact same result for people with a lot of money. So those who were, doing things that kind of were spending money in those time-saving ways reported being happier than those who did not. They also did an experiment where they just gave people $40 to spend on 2 different weekends. And they assigned them to do some kind of time-saving purchase or a material purchase, kind of like stuff that I was talking about earlier, just kind of buying things that we can keep. And then they measured their positive and negative emotions and their perceived kind of time pressure. So how kind of scrapped for time people actually felt. And they found that in all of those for all of those measures, spending this $40 on something that saves us time was actually more beneficial for our positive emotions, and it was connected to experience of less negative emotions and less time pressure as well. And I also wanted to kind of point out a couple kind of caveats to this research. This research also shows that we don't want to necessarily kind of stop doing things that we actually enjoy doing. So some interesting work look at kind of cooking as one of this areas of interest here. And a lot of people actually enjoy cooking, but they don't necessarily enjoy thinking about what to cook, getting the ingredients, going to the grocery store. So kind of the meal kit deliveries seem to be the sweet spot for a lot of people, such as like HelloFresh, for instance, right? Where you still enjoy the process of cooking, you still making your own meal, but you are saving a lot of time by kind of cutting out all these other things that are more of a hustle. So it also needs to be kind of, we don't want to stop doing the things that we actually enjoy. We got to cut out things that we don't enjoy. Another example that I think that kind of doesn't quite come to mind when talking about spending money on saving time is like, if you one of those people, and I am like that a little bit sometimes. So, I'm with you if you're one of them. If you spend a lot of time looking for like the best deal on something, so sometimes maybe spending just a little bit more money and not getting the best possible deal on whatever that new purchase that you're making actually is a type of buying yourself some time. You do your research a little bit, you're getting a good product for an okay price, and then you just go for it. So, this like, $20 or whatever you might end up, saving on a pretty big purchase is actually not going to be worth the time that you're going to waste looking and researching for sometimes weeks. I've done that. So many different ways to be creative in terms of buying time.
Okay, so some takeaways. We're at our wrap-up point. So here's some things for you to think about leaving our talk going forward. First is leaning into opportunities that you might have to connect with people at work and in life, right? And to build community at work, right? So how much of the time are we swayed by this convenience factor, or what's easiest or what's least awkward in our minds, versus what would actually be something that could spark a little bit of connection or little bits of joy throughout the day. There's, interesting research that suggests that when we make a connection with someone else face to face, that this has real strengthening benefits for us, not just in terms of like current happiness, but also there's physiological benefits as well. There's even cardiac benefits, strangely. And this is the kind of thing that can just happen face to face. So find these opportunities, make these opportunities, right? Make these opportunities for connection with coworkers, turn coworkers into friends, turn strangers into acquaintances, that kind of thing, right? Carve out these opportunities for community. And then at the same time, also make space in your day for times of solitude, of contemplation, of reflection, of times to give yourself opportunities to get into the zone and to experience flow, which is also really meaningful and can contribute to our happiness, and also can be really productive at work. It seems to me that like the new era of hybrid work schedules might allow for sort of the best of both worlds in this way, where when we're face to face, when we're in person, when we're on campus, we're using that mainly as a time to network and connect and build community and have rapport and have like the kind of collaborative brainstorming sessions that we can really do best face to face, right? And then when we're able to work remotely, we're able to choose an environment that suits our own like regulatory needs, whatever we need to be most focused and most productive, and to like make those spaces for doing our best work there. So that's it from us. We are so delighted to have been able to speak to you about happiness today, and we wish you all the best in your own wellness journeys.
Hi, everybody. So like Anna mentioned, my name's Marie. I'm not good at speaking with a microphone, so you guys might need to remind me, like, Marie, the mic. But I'm hoping before we get started, I can invite you guys to stand up and do a little exercise with me, mostly because I'm just nervous to talk to you all, and so I need you to help me like get some of my like stress and anxiety out. So if it feels better to you to close your eyes, that's okay, because we're all our worst critics sometimes. So close your eyes if that feels good. What I want you to do is just do something silly, shake out all your energy, like clench everything, stomp around, just do something for a second to like release. Okay. Yeah, and maybe you need to yell. That's fine too. Okay. Awesome. Thanks for doing that with me. Okay, so we're going to talk about stress first aid. So like Anna mentioned, my role is working primarily with healthcare providers. My background is as a critical care nurse. I've been in practice. This is my 21st year. And A lot of the work that I have done historically has had components of this, but I got the opportunity about 5 years ago to help formalize a program at University of Washington Medical Center for Wellbeing and Support that was called Care for You, and spend most of all of my time now not directly working with patients and families, but working with the people that take care of the people. And so really privileged. The sort of like first charge was like, okay, Marie, you're gonna help launch a peer support program at UWMC. And we launched January 13th, 2020. And then we had our first COVID-19 patient the next week. So my role and job changed pretty significantly, and which brought me to a lot of this work that I'm going to share with you today. So I know not all of you work in healthcare, but I think there's a lot of the themes that we're going to talk about and the practices that we're going to talk about that can be applied across any situation, any work environment. We all work in some amount of stress, high demand, high stakes situations from times to times. And we need each other to get through those times. And so I'm going to give you some different tools to help with that potentially, or at least give you some exposure to it, and you get to decide. So to start with, I just wanted to give a little bit of data of some of what healthcare professionals are experiencing post-pandemic. So we are experiencing a higher rate of depression and anxiety. That's both clinical diagnoses of depression, anxiety, and symptoms up. So some research shows that can be as high as 77% of us that are dealing with something like that. Insomnia is really high for us. So this is a clinical diagnosis of insomnia. It can be up to 40%, but many of us deal with sleep disturbances that are outside of that, not in a clinical diagnosis. That could be even higher than that. Post-traumatic stress could be up to 60% currently, and then burnout is the big one. So some studies show a rate of up to 95%, with 40% of us experiencing an extreme or severe amount of burnout. So a lot of different studies, a lot of different research to kind of comb through to get all of this information, but I just wanted to give you a sense of what that is like. Okay. So we're going to start to talk about stress injuries. And so a lot of the work that I'm going to talk with you about today comes from the National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder and the work of their lead educator, whose name is Dr. Patricia Watson. And so though that model, the stress first aid model, it was developed originally for disaster situations and for the military to be used in deployment to help both self-scan, peer scan, and leader scan about how people were doing and be able to get them connected to resources in a more timely manner before people are showing up in crisis in front of each other, in front of their leaders, and just have a better community of care when we're thinking about the things that we navigate. In 2020, that was customized for the healthcare environment. And Dr. Watson's work is based a lot in disaster response and research and how to help people manage stress during disasters. So through her work and the work of the National Center for PTSD, there's these 4 buckets of stress injuries that are really common for us. So I'm just going to talk through those for a minute. So the first one is trauma. So that is an experience of extreme pain and suffering. When we talk about primary trauma, that might be you experiencing that thing. There is also something that's called secondary trauma or vicarious trauma, where you are witnessing pain and suffering of another person. And so that could be an experience of trauma as well. I think one thing that's really important to know about trauma is that it's defined by that person. So sometimes when I talk to people, they say it's really hard to say, I feel trauma in this situation, I feel traumatized in this situation. That feels like a big word. But I always like to remind people that it's based on your own experiences, how that is going to show up for you. So what someone might say isn't traumatizing to them, someone else might. And a lot of that is based on our own childhood experiences and just previous experiences in general. Then we have loss injuries or grief injuries. And so historically, or more socially, this is understood as the loss, like a death of someone, right? I like to kind of expand that out and remind people that this can be far bigger than just the loss of someone. It can be the loss of a routine, of coworkers, leadership transitions, policy transitions, just the ever-changing world that we live in. There are components of grief and loss that can be embedded in all of those things. So it's really common for people to have grief or loss reactions, just experiencing the environment that they are outside of what we might more socially think of a loss injury regarding the loss or death of someone that we care about. Then we have inner conflict. So this a lot for us in healthcare is an experience of moral distress. Moral distress, very simply, is seeing the right thing to do in a particular situation and there being some barrier for that thing not to happen. So that might be an internal barrier, it might be an external barrier. And that uncomfortableness, that disconnect that happens inside ourselves, that social pain, is an experience of moral distress. So oftentimes clinically, we see this where I might not understand as the nurse or the care provider, clinician, why a patient or family are making the decisions that they are for their care, because maybe they aren't in line with what I would decide for my own care or for my family. Or a lot of times in particular specialties, they see the writing on a wall in a different way, and people might not be ready to kind of be there. And so there's a lot of that social pain that comes up in just navigating those experiences. It can also be things like, I don't feel like my coworker showed up for me the way that I wanted to, or they didn't do the things that would have been most meaningful me to in a moment. My leader didn't, my organization didn't, I didn't have the time, resources, supplies that I needed in the time that I needed. Any of those can be an experience of moral distress or inner conflict. And then finally is sort of this wear and tear injury, a fatigue injury, and this is a big bucket and can be a lot of different things. It can be an experience of compassion fatigue, empathy fatigue, burnout, which is more about the workload or the environment that we're working in, where it doesn't feel like it's as efficient as it could be, and that's really impacting our daily experience. It could be acute stress, it could be chronic stress. It's all of just this normal wear and tear that we might experience. And so when we're thinking about how that affects us and how we might be seeing it affect other people, we're going to dive into some more specifics of this, but I just wanted to show this screen first of just, here's some things that might be noted by others where maybe people are just changing behavior or the way that they show up, or they're not acting what we would quote unquote say is their normal self. We see some of these different things that we are just noting that there's a change or a pattern in behavior. And then there might be things that are actually felt by us, right? Where we don't feel like ourselves anymore. We feel like things are like we're just floating through this situation, but it doesn't really feel like me anymore. A lot of different things can happen in those spaces, and we're going to talk more about that in a little bit here. And so this is the stress continuum model. And so a lot of times when I'm working with our folks at UWMC, what I hear over and over again is people saying like, oh, I'm worried about myself. I don't know how worried to be. I'm worried about a colleague. I don't know how worried to be about them. And so what I really like about this tool is it gives really specific definitions and features of these different zones of the stress continuum to help you understand that in a different way. And so we start with the green or ready zone, which for most of us that work in stressful environments, hardly any of us are here, right? Especially in healthcare, when this was customized, Dr. Watson said, if you work in healthcare, I would be surprised if you're green. Everybody's showing up at least yellow. Yellow is sort of like normal stress responses. We have the coping strategies that we need for the normal types of stress that we have. We kind of ride that wave up and down. It's okay, but there's nothing that's lasting. I don't go home and think about it. I don't have trouble sleeping, or at least it's very transient. It's not something that really sticks around for a long amount of time. Then we start to get into the orange zone, which is injured, where it does start to stick. What she says is it starts to leave a scar, where there's things that are just impacting us in a deeper way, or maybe we're not paying attention in the way that we could have or had the bandwidth to in that yellow zone. And so now we have a little bit of an extra layer here. This is also where people, these features, right, where there's loss of control, these behaviors of blaming each other or we feel a lot of shame or guilt. Incivility comes up a lot in this zone when people are having a stress reaction, that just like misconduct, people being really angry, all of those outside emotions that we can experience from other people. The one thing that I really like to point out about that orange zone is if you're scanning there, is that it's the zone that we're most at risk in, and it's the zone that we're least likely to ask for help in. So most at risk, least likely to ask for help. And then we have the red zone, which is more the ill. So now we have not paid attention, or things have escalated, or we've had several situations, and we might be more in a clinical diagnosis and actually needing to engage in that professional support, medications, counseling, a combination of all of those things to actually work through what we've worked, where we are right now. I've seen this used in so many really cool ways in the hospital setting and just nationally when I hear other people talking about stress first aid. So I've seen managers use this as a rounding tool. So instead of just saying like, hey, how are you doing? I'm fine, because that's how people respond to that question, right? It's like, let's do a deeper check-in. Where are you scanning right now? Let's check in with each other. I've seen this be used in annual evaluations as an actual well-being check with people. I've seen it be used as like team meetings, especially for leaders that are maybe directing large teams or different units, where it says, how is your unit doing? Like, where do you think your unit is landing? Are they yellow? Are they orange? Okay, why? Let's dive into this a little bit more. So there's lots of different ways to use this, and it's a really nice, tangible tool. The other piece of this is that there's these factors that help all humans move through stress and adversity. And so those factors are regaining a sense of safety, a sense of calming, a sense of connection, not just who does it feel good, who are the people I can be vulnerable with, who are the safe spaces that I can go and get support, but also thinking about those things you need to put limits on, or those relationships you need to put limits on during stressful situations. Do I have a family member that I know is really activating? Are there just particular people or services that are not going to meet this need right now? So it's both, what do I lean into and what do I lean out of, right? Self-efficacy. So a lot, especially in that inner conflict, that moral distress space, the main interventions for that are, I have an experience of feeling really powerless or hopeless here. And so what power do I have in this situation? What can I do about something? Doing some brainstorming about that. And then hope. It's the idea that whatever we're going through, it's not going to be like this forever. I think, our keynote speaker talked a little bit about this, where her friend said, this is just going to be a blip. And when we're in the middle of something that's extremely adverse, extremely stressful, it's really hard to see that. And we need each other to remind each other of that and to help brainstorm, because we lose creativity as a part of stress response. Okay. So how is stress first aid different? So what I really like about this model, and what I should say, also what I love about this is you don't have to have all 5. You can pick one of these things and it's just as powerful to help you move through stress and adversity. So it's not like you have to get all these things put together. You can just pick one of these things about what is going to be most meaningful right now, and that might help you move through. And so how stress first aid is different is that it's not necessarily giving you this how to respond to stressful situations. It's more about the infusion and diffusion of these theories, of using tools like this, and just the repeated exposure for this to make this just like more of a community of care. I think one thing that was really powerful when I listened to Dr. Watson speak about this is she said, I went and worked in a disaster situation and I was helping to get all these tools rolled out, make sure people were using them to self-scan, peer scan with each other. And I asked them, okay, here you've learned all these different tools and skills, like what would you want to tell people? And they're like, you need to tell people that they have to take care of themselves in a disaster situation. She was like, okay, great. Then they moved through the disaster situation. She went back and talked to them and said, okay, so you got all these tools. We did all these different strategies during this disaster for stress. do you think if you were in a similar disaster or this experience in the future, would you take care of yourself differently? And they said no. And she said, okay, well then now what do we do? And she said, you have to tell them that they're not going to take care of themselves. They have to take care of each other, right? And I thought that was a really powerful message when we think about how to use these tools, about not just self-care, but what is this community of care? How do we check in with each other in a meaningful way? And so this is just a version of the stress continuum that then has those factors embedded into it. So you might have scanned into one of these particular zones, and that gives you some ideas. Okay, here's an idea for safety in this zone. Here's an idea for calm, connection. So it gives you some ways to kind of think through what is my next best step in this situation, where I'm scanning either with myself or if I'm scanning with somebody else. And then there's these ideas of all these guiding values and ideals that bring a lot of us into the work that we come into, right? Where we might really have this value of selflessness, of loyalty, of stoicism, of this moral code of excellence. And there's a lot of really great strengths in all of those values. And there's these vulnerabilities. So paying attention to how those things show up for us, knowing that maybe this is a strength for me and it does help me move through stressful and adverse situations. And there might be vulnerabilities that I don't necessarily see in all of these things because I might be overusing a strength in that stressful or adverse time. And so it's just a good way to kind of think about this, check in with each other about what's showing up with you right now. I know that excellence, I can see that excellence is really important to you. You want to do a good job. I'm wondering if there's some of this piece of feeling like it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I don't feel like I'm doing enough. Are there vulnerabilities that are showing up in that as well? So it's just a different way or tool to think through about how these things might be impacting you. Okay. So not only does stress impact us in a whole lot of ways, there's these different buckets, right? So there's the physical ways that stress can show up for us, there's social ways, there's cognitive or mental ways, and social and emotional ways as well. And so this is a really nice list and another really great tool just to kind of like self-scan. Which of these things are showing up for me right now? I know I'm feeling stressed and maybe I use the stress continuum. I'm in a particular zone, but let me drill down. What else could be coming up for me? A lot of times what I hear from people of something that's surprising here is that mental bucket. Like I didn't necessarily understand that the stress response was why I can't be, why I'm making more mistakes, why I'm more forgetful, why if I didn't write it down, it didn't happen, why I have to like overschedule everything. A lot of those things can be really surprising to us. So what I'd like you to do is talk in your table, look at this list and just talk with each other. Like which of these symptoms are surprising to you maybe? Which of these ones do you know this is me every time in stress? I know this is what shows up for me. And just have a little bit of a dialogue for a few minutes and then we'll come back together. If you're at a table where you don't have a buddy, just find a buddy at a different table. Okay, I'm gonna pull us back together. So I'm hoping a few people will share what were some of the symptoms that you found surprising, or what was some of the discussion that you had at your tables? What are those ones that were like, ooh, we talked a lot about this one? Yeah. Yeah, irritability, losing patience, maybe then some other people that are really close to us get some of the brunt of that on accident. Yep. What else? Yeah, sleep disturbances, just like how much that really shows up for us, how much that replay, I should have done this, why did I do this, why did I say that, our like inner critic on massive fire saying usually the meanest things that we would never say to another person, but we sure are okay with saying it to ourselves, right? And sort of catching some of that, noticing some of that. Yeah. How about one more? Yeah. Yeah, and it's not static, right? Using that stress continuum, it could be different moment to moment. But the piece of that, and something that we're not good at, especially in healthcare, I've noticed, but I think probably I could say this more generally, is like we're good at compartmentalizing. We're good at saying, I'm not going to pay attention to this right now because I have to pay attention to something else. I'm going to push down, push down, push down. I'm not going to notice. And then I'm sick. And then I have back pain. And then I have to call in sick. You know, like there's just these effects after that buildup over and over again. And so, how do we incorporate tools like this, noticing work, processing work a little bit more in small moments? So that sort of lessens some of that experience of stress. And we give each other an idea of how to show up for us, because sometimes we don't know. Like, do you want me to help you solve a problem? Do you want me to just listen to you? I don't know what to do. And so it gives us some different language and tools to have a consistent conversation. Yeah, great. Okay. So this next one, I'm gonna have you brainstorm by yourself. So you should have a little handout in your packet that says stress first aid strategies. And so the first question that I want you to think about we've talked about a lot about the stress continuum, these different zones, what are those symptoms that really show up in stress? And so now I want you to think and write down 3 examples of situations that you know you have stress responses in, or that you might anticipate that you're going to have a stress response, something you're worried about in the future. That oftentimes is something to think that you can think about too. So write down 3 situations that you know or anticipate you might have a stress response. Okay, now I'm going to have you talk with your table about those things that you identified. So what are those situations that cause a lot of stress for you? Talk with your table. Okay, I'm gonna pull us back together again. And hope a couple people are share. What were some of the situations that came up that you talked about or identified? Yeah. The thought of being late, not know, I had that stress this morning. I was, where do I park for this? How do I get, I've never been to the campus before. So, you know, right. Yeah. That's a really common situation. Unknown situations. What's going to happen here? I've never experienced this before. Or am I going to have the thing that I need to do, the transportation that I need to go get where I need to be? Yeah. What else? Ooh, yeah, upcoming deadline. And what's like the stress around that? Is it like, will I make it? Am I gonna be successful, or am I gonna be not successful? Yeah. Just like anticipatory worry. Yeah, sure. How about one more? Anything unexpected? Yeah. And that's always gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you're screwing up my plan, man. Yeah. So, and just knowing that about yourself, that this is gonna always be something that's a little bit more activating to me when things aren't going according to plan. I have to do some extra work on how to be flexible, adaptable, all the things, right? Perfect. Okay. So now we're going to get into a brainstorming piece of this. But before we jump right into this, where we're going is that you're going to come up with at least one specific strategy in all these different buckets about how you might manage that anticipatory worry or actual stress that you identified in each of these buckets. So what's something physical I can do, what's something emotional I can do, what's something social I can do, and what's something cognitive I can do. But I'm going to give you some ideas about this before you do some brainstorming. So the first one is something that's called the feelings wheel. Anybody seen this before? I know Elena has. Yeah. So this is something, so the research on emotions is very interesting. There's a lot of research that says we're really good at about like 3 to 5 main emotions. Happy, sad, angry are usually like the top 3. We're really less good at like, what is the nuance behind this? What's something more specific? What's some of the root cause of these emotions? And so a tool like this can help you like dive in a little bit more. So I'm feeling angry. Okay, in my angry bucket, what might be underneath that? Am I actually frustrated? Am I actually whatever, irritable, irritated, whatever it is? And sometimes just that acknowledgement or that naming of what actually the root cause is that's causing that stress reaction can be really powerful. That is married with this tool that's called TAP, which is a mindfulness tool. It was developed by Dr. Sam Himmelstein, who is a child psychologist. He was a former incarcerated youth that now works with incarcerated youth. So he just works with people in really hijacked nervous systems all the time. And so he does this with what he says his kids. I'll say, let's tap in. So that is take a breath, acknowledge. In the acknowledge, you might use something like the feelings wheel if you're not very good at this. And then the P, what am I going to do next? What's my next best step in this situation? And maybe it's a really small step, right? So you could kind of marry these two together as a way or a strategy or a tool. There's also this really great app, if you like apps, that's called How We Feel. That's a little bit like this as well. It is what they call it's a journal for well-being. It was developed by people that work at Yale, and as the creative and scientific backers of this, with a lot of different creative people with Pinterest to make it really visually appealing, things like that. But what it does is say, okay, here's like 4 buckets of what might be going on. Pick one of these. Then let's do a deeper dive into what that thing is. And now that you've identified that, here's some suggested strategies, a video, a tool, a different way to maybe navigate this in the moment. The app's really great. You can set it up to give you a notification however many times you want during the day of like, hey, check in. How are you feeling? Let's dive in a little bit deeper. Here's a strategy. I do this a lot, or I suggest this with our new ICU nurses, like download this right now, like get in the habit of just doing some of this noticing work, how to incorporate some of these micro strategies as you go along, and they love it. There's something that's called the after work checklist, which I really like because it's a really quick tool of maybe just reviewing your day, right? How do you check out for the day? Like get ready to go home. What's a challenge that you had that day? A lot of different teams have now where they clock out, they just have this giant pad of like white paper and a Sharpie where you write down like the biggest challenge of the day, you crumple it up, you throw it in the trash, and you go home. So these different like rituals or strategies of like how to be like, yep, acknowledge this really difficult thing that happened today, and now I'm going to let it go. And I'm going to do something physical that lets me do that. It might be a reflection. So there's something like 3 good things, 3 ways I made a difference today, 3 things I was grateful for. We're really wired as humans from an evolutionary standpoint and all of our training to always be looking for the threat. What's wrong here? What's wrong here? What's wrong here? And it's less likely that we're going to remember the good. And so what are some strategies to do that? Regroup. So that is that support or connection piece. So it might be thinking, how was my day really? Do I need some support? Yes or no? If you're like, I actually had a great day, then it might be thinking, I actually have a little bit more space here. Let me think if anybody else was having a tough day. Do I have space to check in with them? The beauty of that one is that there's research that connection, that reach out has actually benefit both for the person that had the tough day and the person that's asking if they can support them, right? Re-energize is not my favorite one because I think it assumes that you are going home to a restful space. So I like to kind of like repackage that a little bit of like, what is a moment of rest or recovery that I can get, and how am I going to do that before I go into the next hard thing? Okay. And then these are just some different ideas that when I was working with a group of new ICU nurses, these were some of the ideas that they had. These were some of their physical strategies, emotional strategies, cognitive strategies, social strategies. So I'm going to now give you guys some time to work by yourself a little bit. Write down one strategy in each of these buckets that you are going to try the next time you're having one of those stress reactions. So the last and probably most important part of this is that you have to ask yourself, am I ready to try this? So that commitment piece, like, okay, I wrote down some strategies. I listened to Marie talk about this for like 45 minutes. What do I feel about this? Like, am I going to commit to myself? Am I not ready? And there is not a right answer. It can be like, that was really nice. I'm not ready right now. But just ask yourself that question. Am I ready? Can I give this a try next time? Yes or no? And then if it's a yes, okay, commit to it. Try it out, see if it works. It might not work. And then you have to go back and be like, okay, I need a different strategy. And that's the thing about the stuff that gets hard, is that each moment, each situation needs something a little bit of different. And that's where just remembering those components, right? Like, how do I connect to a sense of safety, calm, connection, self-advocacy, and hope can be really small things that you chip away at as these things are coming up for you. So thank you so much. I hope this was helpful for you, and I'll be seeing you in just a little bit more.
We'll try this a little better. Yeah, see, it's like I know what I'm doing. All right. Killing it today. Over my time, I really shifted into looking at resilience and well-being based on what I was seeing as struggles. Initially kind of focused in on our undergraduate population about a decade ago. And then about 5 years ago, I pivoted into working with medicine, kind of with some serendipity. It started off about 6 months before the pandemic hit. It was a real honor to be a part of our UW Medicine pandemic response. And it was incredibly powerful to try and have a role of supporting the well-being of our healthcare team members and their families and our broader university during that time. For all of the challenges that came with the pandemic, one thing that I think was actually a benefit is it really shifted the opportunity and space and openness to discussing mental health and well-being within the workplace. That became kind of a front and center conversation for many of us. Today, I'm joined by this amazing panel of folks who also work in the space of supporting well-being and mental health in our entire community. I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves, and then from there, I get to ask them a set of pre-planned questions, which they will act as though they're answering off the cuff. So we'll jump right in, and we'll just go down the line, and I want folks to kind of introduce themselves, say who they are, the work they do, and kind of maybe how it tethers a little bit into mental health and well-being.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Bennett, and I'm the Senior Disability Services Consultant with the University of Washington. We're housed in Central HR. And I've been with the university since 2007. Prior to that, I worked doing some L&I type accommodation work. And I was really interested in working with a employer versus many employers and helping employees remain at work. And so I spent a lot of time working with departments, working with employees, working with HRCs and deans and chairs to try to provide reasonable accommodations for employees so that they can remain working.
Hi everybody, my name is Brennan Ham. I prefer my name or they them, but any pronoun set of respect or great. That monocle is amazing. Sorry, I got distracted, it's so cool. I'm the director of the Q Center. How many folks have heard of the Q Center before? It's not enough hands, y'all. The Q Center, we serve LGBT+ students and staff and faculty. Primarily, we have programs that are designed for students. And we're located right upstairs. So if you haven't been before, you should definitely come by and or direct folks to us. A lot of really cool stuff going on. I guess it's more about my history. So my degree is in educational policy, literature policy from Harvard. I also have a certificate from Cornell in diversity and leadership, but specifically around psychological safety. So that's some of the work that I used to do before this. I worked for Seattle Public Schools doing policy efficacy analysis and also doing like implementation to make sure that it was all looking good, specifically for awareness. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, is thinking about how we center students first in the work that we get to do here at the university, and making sure that like most of what we're focused on are safe and supportive environments, and that cultivates a sense of psychological safety.
Hi, everybody. My name is Fiona. I work at Safe Campus at the University of Washington. So we are the violence prevention and response team here, and that basically operates in that we get a lot of outreaches, usually via call or email, about situations of a variety of natures where people have safety concerns or well-being concerns. We actually serve all students, staff, and faculty on all UW locations, all medical centers. We work together, all campuses. And yeah, we do a lot of support, again, like I said, around safety concerns, but that also looks like, high level conflict that's occurring. It looks like mental health concerns, gender-based stuff. So a lot of work around that. I'm really excited to be here today and talk to you all.
Just kidding. Hi, everybody again. Marie Cockerham. I'm the director of our Wellbeing and Support Programming at University of Washington Medical Center. And that program, which is called Care for You, is really a way that we organize and try to centralize all of the amazing resources that University of Washington, UW Medicine, etc., has available, our employee assistance program, so that it's really easy for anyone to find what they need. And then they have access to someone like me that can help do individual triage, team triage. What is the support or well-beings that you need? Let's talk through that, brainstorm together. So that's a lot of my work. And my background is, as I mentioned, in critical care as a nurse.
Look at us sharing a microphone. We're going to sing a duet by the end of this together and share the microphone. My name is Jen Nguyen. I am so grateful to be here. I'm the Washington State Employee Assistance Program Director. A little bit about myself. I graduated from the UW School of Social Worker, so go Dogs! And I'm really excited for this microphone because I'm a world-class mumbler, so this is really helpful. Who all knows and is familiar with the Washington EAP? Okay, by the end of this, I'm hoping everybody's raising their hands, but we are the mental health provider for your employment here at UW. And so we provide confidential one-on-one therapeutic services, and we also have a subset of our division that provides work-life balance, resources for legal services, and wellness. And just personally, a little bit about myself. I am a third-generation social worker. I have a private practice outside of my employment with EAP, and most of my practice serves the adult children of immigrant refugees, which is my identity as well. So thanks.
You get to keep holding the mic since I'll come to you first.
Cool.
So for Jen, what are some of the best practices for developing mental health policies and programs in the workplace? And how can we ensure that they are accessible and relevant?
This was such an amazing question, and I ruminated on it all evening, and I didn't write anything down because it always points back to the same perspective as thinking things through in an equity mindset. I think about, you can create all the different wellness initiatives and policies and practices, but until we start to really listen in and understand who are these intended to benefit, who's closest to the harm and farthest from the opportunity, can you really make better informed decisions? And so I think about, how do you even get that information? Point blank and simple, you got to ask. Does that mean you create needs assessments, create different panels of folks who are representative of the populations of people you want to serve, and ask them what would be beneficial? I find that we often miss the mark when we're talking about wellness and synonymously interchanging it with the term well-being. And there are two different things. Wellness, we often think about this is a microcosm of wellness. It's activities, things that you can touch, taste, and feel and participate in. Mindfulness, yoga, go for a walk, wellness symposiums. Well-being is different. It's how you feel while you're engaging in that. Until we intersect the two and care for the individual as a holistic person and infuse the two together, is when you get sustainable outcomes for wellness.
Thank you for more clearly articulating well-being versus wellness than I think I've ever been able to, and I have it in my title for Pete's sake.
Steal it, use it anytime.
Thank you. I started scribbling down. I really like that idea of paying attention to who's closest to the harm, but furthest from the opportunity or the support. And Brennan, I think this might play into a question for you. How does belonging support mental health, like a sense of belonging? And how can we create a safe environment, especially for groups more at risk for mental health crises? And this might get to some of your psychological safety work.
I love it. I think the place that I start from is understanding that the system is not designed to take care of us, right? So the status quo when we have disparate outcomes is inherently a violent one. And what we actually have, even in the best case scenario, is something that is done to mitigate harm and sort of like straddle that line between exploitation and like an appropriate amount of labor. And so that kind of sets us up for a loss already in workspaces and with environments. And so when we're thinking about psychological safety, we're thinking about the whole person as they show up for work. And so they're coming in, like right now we have a lot that's going on around the world that impacts different people in different ways. And so like that's just one small example. And then we also have the things that are happening in their personal lives. So when we're not able to be our full selves when we enter a space based off of identity or experience or current things that are happening in our lives, then we can't show up well and do the work well. And so instead of, like, I think also what we have is this a system that punishes folks or restricts people's movement. And I think that we instead start from a place of abundance, and we set the container with group, our staff, whomever, then we get people who can approach the work from a place of passion and excitement about the work itself rather than just trying to get deliverables done and so on. So I think when it comes to setting up a safe and supportive environment for your folks, it's learning about what their capacities are, learning about how they like to have conversations, opening the doors for them to do so. If anyone has taken any classes with or learned from Dr. Allison Briscoe, who's a wonderful person in student life, she offers, I believe, free to all UTA staff, at least folks in student life, I think it's everybody, different frameworks, including like nonviolent communication, which is a really, really great foundation to think about how you're opening up pathways for your staff to be open and honest and vulnerable with you about what they need. So I would think that's like the place to start. The best place to start is how can we create things that feel safe so folks can approach the work wholeheartedly and take space from it when they need to as well.
I think that hits on kind of a core challenge of, how do we actually shift the environment rather than ask the person to continue to adapt? And we know that adaptation is happening all the time as we try to navigate spaces that weren't necessarily built for us to thrive. So I like that idea of how do we start to think about the environment itself and make that as the starting point for the shift.
I think also like it's a matter of co-responsibility. Like it's instead of having the onus be on the person who is at the margins, who is battling whatever is going on for them, it is about all of us taking care of each other. And so when we have that shift to co-responsibility, we're able to cultivate that sense of belonging, which fosters wellness and well-being for folks in the workplace.
And I think to kind of follow up and really think about like, what does that look like? How can you support yourself and your community at the same time?
Yeah, so I'm going to start by saying in my current role at the university for Safe Campus, we receive a lot of outreaches of people who are reaching out because they're trying to support like a friend, a coworker, someone that's they're supervising, or they're just like not sure how to navigate or manage a situation with somebody, right? So I was thinking of a couple things that I wanted to highlight that comes from my work. And I forgot to say in the intro, but my background is I'm a social worker. So that's kind of my orientation towards this work. So the first thing I was going to highlight is thinking about resourcing yourself when you're helping someone else, right? So like, how do we resource ourselves? You never, ever want to feel like you are alone in having to support someone. You're the only support for them. And you also don't need to feel like you are an expert. I think there's such a pressure in our society to feel like you have to have the answer right away, right? And so you don't. You just need to, listening is such a powerful intervention. I'll get into that a little more, but don't need to have the pressure to have the answer, to be an expert. Know who your own resources are so you can reach out to them when you're working to support someone else. Second thing I was going to highlight is doing what I was like called the pre-work in my notes, but basically like set yourself up for success. So when we're in a moment and we're under stress, that's not when our brain is going to be in the best space to like do research, rationally like not rationally, don't use that word, but like think, like zoom out and see a situation. So set yourself up by success by understanding the resources before you're in that situation. Who are the people you're going to outreach to? What policies exist? I know there's people up here that understand the policy aspects better, right? What are the HR policies that are there? What are the leave options? And then also when we're, supporting someone else, we're often, a lot of times we'll have our own stress reaction to someone telling us something really hard. Sometimes I'm talking about like someone telling you something that's like throwing you off, right? So another way to do the work to set yourself up for success is to know how you ground yourself. So do some work to think about, how do I ground myself in a moment? Everyone's really different in terms of what that looks like. One of the best ways to start is to simply, and you were talking about this earlier, but simply noticing how you can tell you're being, like in my field, you would say dysregulated or like thrown off, right? Because you notice that, you're going to be able to calibrate for that. Oh, okay, I'm being thrown off by this. What can I do to ground myself? Sometimes it's I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to like, just touch the seat where I'm sitting so that you can then be there for that person that's sharing something with you that might be having a really hard time themselves, right? And then another piece of that is really thinking about your own identity, your own histories. Like everyone comes into any space and situation with their own past. And so if you're thinking about how you're showing up, because there might be things that are harder for you to deal with, and where are you coming to, like the opinions you have or your perspectives on situations, right? That's going to come from your own history. That's true for everyone else too. So really maintaining that like I think of words like openness and curiosity in our interactions with others. I think post-pandemic, I see a lot of people struggling more with this, being open and curious. And part of that is because curiosity, creativity, like you talked about, and openness all start disappearing when we're burned out and when we're maxed out. So if you start noticing I'm feeling closed off, I'm feeling reactive, I just don't feel like I'm in connection, it's probably pretty big indicators that you're feeling a little burned out. And then like, how can you then again resource yourself, talk to your supports if you need to take a leave, you need to take a break, right? And then we all need to support when those asks are made, listening to those asks and supporting those asks, because I think we are all in that yellow and orange zone. And I just end with, I think when we're at our best here, we are a community, right? We work together, we see each other every day, spend a lot of time with people at the university. And I think fostering compassion, like internal compassion for ourselves, helps us have compassion for others, and also fostering resiliency. That's a word I've been really thinking about. How can we be internally resilient so that we can put that resiliency out into the spaces where we are? Because that's going to create environments that we're working in that are just inherently more resilient themselves, which is going to create just a lot more comfort for everybody that is present, and safety and all those other important factors. So those are my thoughts.
Ooh, those are a lot of thoughts. That was awesome. I found myself scribbling a couple notes here. That idea of kind of grounding yourself, and I think within it kind of noticing what's coming up for you. I think that's a challenge to really start paying attention to, like, gosh, what's coming up for me right now? And to me, I think that links into the curiosity, like, okay, my heart rate just increased. Like, what's going on? My neck is tense. Like, what am I reacting to and why? And that curiosity allows us to kind of stay in and keep engaged. And I think a challenge, and you kind of mentioned this kind of as we're coming through the pandemic, is that we sometimes like lose that ability to really talk across difference. And I think we're seeing that society-wise, and that practice of being able to ground yourself and have the reaction and feel it and then kind of get curious about it allows us to stay more in connection and more in communication across those differences. So I think that's very, very needed and very hard to do, but that is like such a core skill. I'm curious, what strategies have you found are most successful in destigmatizing mental health and creating a culture of supports?
Yeah, I think just on the heels of what you all are saying, right, is that just how we talk about it with each other, and how we make it okay. I think a lot of times the work that I do with people is just having them like pause in those moments, right? Especially when we are a society and caretakers. Most of us are caretakers in some way, and we are looking to fix problems all the time. Someone's in front of you, I gotta fix it. Like, you're telling me what's going on in my head, I'm 3 steps ahead of you. Here's what I'm gonna do to tell you what to do in this situation. And not always is that what people want. Sometimes they do, but sometimes what that feels like when you show up in that way is you don't see me, you don't understand me, you don't get it. I feel dismissed, I feel minimized, right? And so a lot of in this noticing work, like using tools like the stress continuum, the TAP tool, the emotions feelings wheel, how we feel app, like any of those things, or even just like simple language, especially when we are all in cognitive overload all the time, like so much information coming at us every single time I'm reacting to it. Like, what are those even just like simple sentences that we say? Like, if somebody, Jen, shows up in my office or calls me, where I just say like, wow, that's a lot, Jen, that's going on. I'm wondering what you need right now. Do you need solutions or support? And then they get to pick their own adventure. And then if they say, I just need support right now, you just sit down, sit back, you listen to them, you normalize, you validate, you do all those things that just make them feel like you're right here with them. You're giving them what the best gift you can give, which is just presence. Or maybe they said like, I want to do solutions. And then you're like, okay, great, let's go. Right. But I think it's that ability to be curious, offer people choice, because a lot of that gets taken away in stressful situations. I feel powerless, I feel hopeless, all of those things. So I think just that noticing work, being as authentic and transparent as we can. We're a society in crisis, really using this trauma-informed lens all of the time. It's when somebody's acting, blaming, acting in a different way in front of you, really trying to reset and being like, instead of in my head being like, what's wrong with you? That it's like this, what happened to you that this is happening right now? And again, just like being more curious and coming up with just like our own little tips and tricks of like how to be more curious when we know that our stress response might not do that. So one of my favorite things that I've developed for myself, and now you're going to know my tell, but when I'm having a reaction, I came up with just a word that I have to say out loud that gives me a pause. So I say, if somebody says something to me and I need a minute, then I just say like, oh, interesting. And when I say interesting out loud, it's like a cue for myself to like, okay, backpedal, Marie, like ask a question, don't say a statement here. And I'm reacting to this. So I think there's these just little like cognitive overlap. How do we piece out like these bigger pieces of information that we have to react to all the time? And what are some like tips and tricks and hacks and tools to use to make that easier to do moment by moment?
We call it the mental health Uber ride, where it's like, do you want a silent and listening Uber ride? Do you want a active listening, or do you want a solutions and find an outcome ride?
Honestly, I love that. So Marie and I work together within UW Medicine, helping to run our peer-to-peer program. So it's a support program for folks who are, getting referred in because they've had challenging outcomes with the patient, or, tons of stress and, things happening that impact them. And we have found it is so hard when we've trained folks in healthcare to be so solutions oriented and so good at coming up with a confident right answer fast, to get them to step back from that and actually just listen and create that spaciousness. I love the idea of asking the question, like, do you want solutions or support? Frankly, I've got an 8-year-old and I'm planning to try and use that as well, because I think I often go to solutions with my kiddo when support is probably mostly what's needed as well. So thank you for that. Gretchen, what do you wish people knew about the accommodation process, and what steps can organizations take to make the workplace accessible for diverse mental health needs?
What do I wish people knew about the accommodation process? So much. I think that there is a belief that if I have an accommodation, then I am okay and I don't need, I can't be performance managed, I can't be let go, that all I need is an accommodation. And when I am gathering accommodation paperwork and reviewing a request, I'm also comparing that to what a provider has said is needed. And oftentimes I receive documentation of a provider indicating what the accommodation should be versus what the restrictions are that the employee has due to their medical condition, which is what their role is and what we're asking for from them. And the reason for that is that a reasonable accommodation is determined by the department. DSO does not approve or deny accommodations. We assist employees and their departments in going through the process of the accommodation work. And we also gather the request and the medical. The request is typically shared with the department because they are the ones that are going to be accommodating. So it's important for them to know what actually is being requested. The medical is held within HR and is not shared with the department. I will convey the restrictions that the provider has indicated, and I work with the supervisor or a chair or a dean or the HR group that is representing those folks to identify the most reasonable accommodation. And if that is what is being requested, so for example, a sit-stand desk might be requested, the medical might say low back, lumbar injury, only able to sit for 15 minutes at a time, needs to alternate between positions. That person is fully functioning and can completely do their job. They just need to alternate sitting and standing. So an accommodation or a reasonable accommodation does not remove an essential job duty. So it doesn't, an accommodation wouldn't be to no longer do any computer work because I can no longer sit due to my back condition. It would be an accommodation of a sit-stand desk, which would allow you to continue working at your computer unrestricted. So, we work with such a huge variety of accommodations. I work with faculty, I work with staff on campus, I work with staff and faculty on Bothell and Tacoma campuses as well. And I have a colleague in our office that works with, in particular, staff in the medical centers. So, yeah, I think that just having a real clear understanding of what it is you can do if you have a medical condition, including depression, anxiety, all kinds of mental health issues. We're seeing a lot of ADHD, we're seeing a lot of depression and anxiety. What do you need to continue successfully completing the essential functions of your job duties? And that's key. We can't remove an essential job duty. We can hopefully find another way, perhaps, that you can do it that doesn't tax you or cause you further discomfort related to your condition. So a department does not have to implement the accommodation that's been requested if it's not reasonable for them, meaning it might interfere with their basic business needs. And in that case, then, I would work with all parties, and sometimes the employee, we might ask them to go back to their provider to ask for additional information about other ideas that would allow them to do the things that they need to do. So it's very interactive. There's not a black and white timeline. There's not a black and white accommodation for depression. It is case by case and solely dependent on what the employee needs and what the department, what position they're doing. For the employer side, I think it's really important that when you hear someone saying, I'm struggling with this, I'm struggling with that, or my back hurts, or I need to take a break, buzzwords that might suggest that there's something else going on. One thing that a supervisor can say to the employee is, what is it that you need? So we don't want to get into what's the problem, what's your issue? Come on, we don't want to know what the employer doesn't want to know what the treatment plan is or the doctor is. That all will be held by DSO eventually if it gets to that point. But if the employee says, yeah, I'm having a lot of wrist pain, I have a mouse that I use at home that I don't have any problem with, but when I come to work, it's like after 45 minutes, I'm in pain. Ask them what kind of mouse they have at home. Purchase it and provide it to them as quickly as possible. Very, very simple. And then document it. You requested this. This is what we did. We didn't ask for any medical. We didn't go through a formal accommodation process, but you requested it and we provided it. The idea is that when someone has been provided with a reasonable accommodation, they're going to provide you with better work. So it should be a win-win for everyone.
That certainly makes a lot of sense. I think, there's something in the language, even as you're starting to speak of, like, kind of what are the statement of need, and then what is the restriction, and how do you kind of land at that kind of most reasonable accommodation. A lot of it is, comes down to kind of that sense, the language you used even around abundance of, like, sure, we live in some, fiscally constrained environments here, but can we do some very reasonable, supports to just make it easier for folks to do what they do? And that certainly seems like a good baseline for taking care of each other. Thank you. Next set of questions are really open to all of you. So I'll hopefully have a couple of you chime in from time to time. We're doing very well on time. You all were incredibly judicious in your responses, so feel free to riff a little bit here. What are your recommended strategies for maintaining well-being and preventing overwhelm in high-stress environments? I get to do the teacher thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm getting an eye from Anne. Yeah, I think it's a bit of what we've already talked about, right? It's how do we take care of each other? How do we look at each other for, like, who we are, and recognize that a little bit of what we even heard about earlier, right, with the happiness talk of, like, how do you see each other, make these connections in small moments, eat all of these little things that really might feel like a small bite, but once you build those up time and time again, like, you get this bigger infusion of what that might feel like to try to implement strategies together to combat all of that stress, injuries, reactions, things like that. So it doesn't feel like I don't feel like I have to suffer in silence, or worry alone, like all of those things that we know, right? From if you're following the Surgeon General's report, like all of the work and information that they're providing on this epidemic of loneliness and isolation and how much that impacts our physical health, like as much as smoking 15 cigarettes a day, like that's how much that impacts us. So how do we just rehumanize things that maybe have been dehumanized? Like, what are those like small moments of connection? How do we diffuse situations in moment by moment? What are those little times to build trust that maybe I wouldn't have noticed or taken advantage of? But I'm going to really, really lean into that. And it doesn't have to I think what's oftentimes feels hard about that is that it feels like, oh, I've got to come up with this whole program or project. I've got to get a stakeholder and out, whatever the thing is, right? And it can really just be like, how do I show up for this person that's right in front of me? How do I make them feel seen and heard? And I think, and how do I connect them to a resource in a way that they might be more willing to engage in it, right? What does that warm handoff look like? Where, especially with leaders or people that are in leadership type positions, I think there's oftentimes a sense of responsibility of, I want to make sure that I'm their personal advisor, I'm their counsel. Like sometimes we overstep into these roles that really are not our space to step into. And in fact, what we should be is like experts, like Fiona was saying, and like what the resources are and how I get in touch with them. So if someone's in front of me and I say like, wow, that's a lot, thanks so much for sharing that with me, I have a couple of ideas of an expert resource that I know I've used in this situation similar, or I've seen it be really helpful for another person in a similar situation. I'd love to connect you with that person so they don't have to, we're removing some of those barriers to access, right? They don't have to do that extra work. I always say like, do as much as you can to get away from like, let me slide a business card across the table, but it's no, I know Maya, the spiritual care manager, let me introduce you on email. Let's call her together. I'm going to get you connected to the counselor. This is how you start the intake request. I'm going to have a peer supporter reach out to you and just check in with you. You can decide later if you want to engage in that or not. No big deal. I just want to make sure that you have that resource if and when you need it. So I think it's just some of that infusion of how we talk about these conversations, how we encourage each other to be human and, get and accept the help that we need. And especially when a lot of us, if you're like me, receiving help is like my worst nightmare. Like if I have to do that, like, and I know that seems weird since I'm in the position that I am, but it's hard for me, right? And so like, how do you just normalize that a little bit more and help to kind of chip away at some of these stigmas, barriers, and just think about that in a more holistic way?
I just had a really quick anecdote to add into that. And just piggybacking off of so many people have said already is this notion of like, we are often in positions where we want to be in servitude to others, and that comes just kidding. Oh, and and that comes much more naturally, but really it's that oxygen mask metaphor again. It's like you really are not serving anybody until you're serving yourself first. And a really great activity, and I highly recommend this for everyone to try tonight, is think about a person that's in your life that you have the most trust and rapport with and ask them this question: how do you know when I'm not well? What are my tells? And listen to what they tell you, because oftentimes we'll display behaviors before we can even recognize it in ourselves and saying like, I'm not okay. My kids often say, why are you yelling so much? And I was like, I'm just speaking really loudly. And so that's why some of my tells, and my partner will say, I'm pretty sure your blood sugar's low. You probably need to eat a snack, or will just offer me a snack. But it's that self-reflection of understanding like where you're at, meeting yourself first, where you're at before you can serve others.
I think what's really cool is that we work at a university, so we kind of have this natural pause and cycle to things. Maybe not everybody, maybe that's sorry. In my work, this summer tends to be a little bit slower. And so it gives us a lot of opportunity to do what I think is essential, especially with students, is front loading material. So when we're thinking about well-being and we're thinking about how we can make that sustainable, we have to give people the tools at the start and not just like treat things with Band-Aids throughout the year. So I think that can be really powerful, is to bring in training, invest in the training ahead of time, and then also to be clear about what your expectations are for performance. Coming back to the conversation about psychological safety, a lot of these students that I work with, and maybe some of you don't work with students, but it's also the same thing is true for any employee, is that some folks are just constantly afraid that they're going to get fired. And for some people, it's like, that's not a real fear. But for many people, it is, right? We can also think about the ways in which people, particularly folks who exist at the margins or at intersections of marginalization, have like lots of insidious ways that they're pushed out. We're in Washington State, people are protected, different classes are protected, and people get pushed out of jobs or denied opportunities for advancement all the time, especially people of color, especially Black folks, especially women, especially queer and trans people, right? So just to acknowledge that that's a real fear, and then to set the expectation at the front, like, your jobs are cool. Like, here's what we expect of you in terms of behavior. And like, if you have questions, come to me, et cetera. So how can we keep the door open? So that's my thinking, is front loading stuff, making sure expectations are clear, keeping the door open. And then also modeling what you want to see in terms of resiliency and in terms of flexibility or responsiveness in the people that we're supporting. You want to model it yourself. So I would love to hear feedback. I noticed that you, when you shared that thing in our all staff meeting, it seemed to have a lot of heat to it. Like, what was going on there? I'd love to hear more. Oh, thank you so much for telling me. I can definitely think about how I do things differently. So really, it's about an ego check for those of you who are in leadership positions, is like knowing that we're all doing it wrong, right? If we're maintaining the status quo, we're all doing it a little bit wrong. And we can, rather than doing it wrong, we can do it better, I should say. We can all do it better. So being receptive, being open, and saying, thanks so much for telling me what that looks like for you or how it's impacting you. How would you like it to look? And seeing what we can do. Coming back to the idea, that framework of accommodations. Accommodations happen all the time, especially if you're in a position of leadership, especially if you want people to be able to show up fully and well. It's like, oh, what do you need to be able to do that well? Like, what's missing here? How can I support you?
One thing I was hello. Has to wake up, I guess. One thing I was going to say for the department side, that's a little bit of what Brennan was talking about, is for accommodations, keeping employees' job descriptions up to date can be really helpful. Oftentimes, myself included, we'll start at the university and we'll be here for some time, and your job analysis never is updated. And then if someone's requesting an accommodation, that's often one of the first things I ask for is, what does the job description look like? Can I have a copy? And they either don't have one, or they have the one that was posted for their hire, and they do so much more now. All of our jobs kind of morph into other things as we stay on. So job descriptions are really helpful. Another thing that you also mentioned was, I think, talking at staff meetings. You know, I want to share with you a resource. If anybody, just talking to everyone versus talking to one person that's come into your office with a question. This way, you know, if you want leave information, or, you know, here's where, you know, our leave person is this person, and this is their contact information. If you need accommodations, this is where you go. EAP program. All of those things are really important to keep reminding folks of, not just one time, not during your onboarding. Another suggestion might be to have literally a suggestion box where you can be anonymous and share ideas for making your work environment more mental health friendly or accessible to all.
I might just add one thing. You guys reminded me that I think is really important, especially if you are someone, if we think more, we are talking a lot about individual strategies in some spaces, but also there's these system level strategies that we really need to be paying attention to, especially when we think about overwhelm and cognitive overload and burnout. And so if you are someone with that level of positional power, I think also when you're looking at a new process change, a new policy, a procedure, a body of work, that there is some time spent built in on that front end of saying, let's do a well-being checklist with this change. How might this affect somebody? Is this trauma informed? Is there a diversity, inclusion, equity lens that we need to pay attention to here? Like, what is a little bit of that front end checklist to make sure that not everything is so reactive that we haven't done this thing and now we're like, oh shoot, this really impacted these people in a way that we didn't anticipate. So what are some of these small we're never going to get it perfect, right? It's always going to like plan, study, do, act, read, do or please do something, anything. That's my favorite PDSA, but it's just like that piece on the front end, which does require a little bit more time. It requires resources potentially to slow down in those moments a little bit, but it might help on the back end for what are those reactions that were then didn't necessarily anticipate, or what do we need in place, like EAP has they have an organizational supervisor resource where you can just call and talk to one of their experts and say, hey, we're working on this policy, or my team is going through this thing. Help me think through this in a little bit more methodical way of like how this might affect their wellness or well-being. Anything I'm missing here? Like, I think some of those checks, especially when we're trapped in whatever our to-do list is, what our action items are, what our timeline is like, how do we slow down a little bit when we can to be more proactive rather than always reactive?
Excellent comments. I think on that sense of being a little more proactive, there's both this, how do we kind of navigate kind of staying out of overwhelm, and then part of that is also kind of maintaining our well-being. And for me, I think that's like moving my body in a meaningful way, like every single day. Like that is something I have to do and hold tight to maintain my own well-being. This is your like 20-second chance to think about, what do you do to maintain your well-being, as I'm going to ask you guys to respond to that in a second. In terms of overwhelm, when I think about kind of anxiety, I had a really big shift in kind of my conceptualization of this around the time of the start of the pandemic. There was so much anxiety and often so much overwhelm. And I actually talked with a psychologist who had very good advice and really was speaking to anxiety and saying, this is actually a very normal emotion. It's actually very healthy. Anxiety in some ways keeps us safe. If I am like mindful of not touching doorknobs and staying 6 feet away from folks, that level of anxiety, that kind of sense of awareness in the back of my mind is actually a very healthy thing. What we see is that anxiety tipping towards overwhelm, and that's happening when we're overestimating the threats in our environment and we're underestimating what we can do to mitigate them. So really kind of helping folks recognize that some sense of anxiety and stress, like that can actually be very good, powerful, helpful, like as their normal emotions. It's that tipping towards overwhelm where then you almost want to pause and kind of sit down with somebody and be like, okay, what are the things that are in the sphere of our control? What is not, what can we let go of, and trying to kind of help regulate that tipping point towards overwhelm. So among the questions I'd like to know, what do you do to kind of maintain your own well-being? And this is kind of the type of check-in I like to do with folks as even a practice on your teams in terms of helping folks think through and kind of really be able to articulate that. So I'll start down at the back end and work forward.
Oh, thank you. when the previous slide decks were shared around the different ways that you can utilize well-being and wellness, the cognition one always speaks to me because a lot of what I've been doing is kind of trying to reframe how I think of things like what you were talking about, and this anxiety, depression. We often hear these terms and think of them as being ailments. They're human behaviors to unmet needs. And so in that same vein, I think have been thinking a lot about how to rethink depression. And I think of eliminating the shame and just looking at what it is. I think of another reframe for depression as deep depression, deep rest. It's sometimes our body telling us that we need a timeout and we truly need that pause and that time to ourselves, and however that manifests in the behaviors of longer extended periods of rest in bed, if it's a little bit more time to be inward and just taking that time for yourself. I've been thinking about that in the lens of thinking of it from self-compassion and giving myself that grace and that permission to do so. So I've been reframing depression as deep rest.
I think this is, I've been, just to be honest with everyone, this has been like a really transformational year for me, because if you were in my talk about stress first aid and we talked about those double-edged swords of values and ideals, being a nurse for upwards of 20 years, that selflessness piece was my number one. And so not prioritizing my own health is something that really showed up for me, that I didn't pay attention to until it was really impacting my functionality. And so in this last year, I decided to take more control over that health piece, and I've lost 110 pounds this last year, and it has just changed my whole life. But I think it took it's just like that some of those pieces of life, like what does health really mean to me? Like what does life mean to me? What are those things that even in smaller steps that I can do moment to moment that are gonna be transformative in some sort of way? I think that's been a big aha moment for me this last year, and especially just in regaining a lot of mobility and function that I wished I had and now I do have. And so that being grateful and just really like, when I go for a walk, I'm like, I can't believe I'm not short of breath. This is so amazing. Like the little things that oftentimes we take for granted, I think just being really mindful and present about that and celebrating them, savoring them, as Maya often says, in ways that are deeper than we might normally appreciate when we're, tossed up in the grind of whatever's going on, can be really impactful. And it's been the most impactful for me.
Let's see. Okay. I was checking if it was working. Yeah. So I think one of the biggest indicators to me that I'm not doing well is that I'm not at all able to be in my present moment. So it's taking care of myself is noticing that and then doing the things that can bring me back to that. If I could live my life in the way that I'd want, I'd be in my present moment every minute, because I find that I'm doing my least well when I'm like thinking about the future, when I'm worried about thinking about the past, what do I wish had been different. So the things that can ground me in the present, like noticing the world around me. I do a lot of like changing my environment. I'm classic Seattle, but I do love getting out into natural spaces, and they really, really bring me to a present moment, focusing on natural stuff. So I do that, and then really focusing on like, I guess what's important to me, and that's one thing. And then the other would be like, my relationships. Like end of the day, I've always been a people person, and that's just very central to me. So being with the people that make me laugh, just doing something that's in that moment, laughing with them, sharing a good meal with them, those like really basic human connective things that can just like drop me into my body in a way that I think so many of us in this world have a hard time existing in on the regular because of the structures of this world, not because of anything we've done. So yeah, I try to reground in the present moment, figure out what does that for me.
Do you all understand? People stop doing that. We should bring it back. For me, I do two things mostly. One is like to institute something that is like regularly joyful. And so up there it says I'm a coach at Garfield High School in Lakeridge, swim coach. And being around like amazing, brilliant young people who are like super smart, super excited about the world, that brings me joy and helps sustain me. So as somebody who is like anti-labor on principle and philosophically, it's funny because that's the thing that brings me joy is more work. But I think like something that is joyful is great. And then I also have a grounding practice that I learned from Maria Gingray of Healthier Here. And it's 4 questions. It's who are you, what do you do, why do you do it, and how do you get it done? And to me, that like reminds me why I do the work and helps me just sort of stay focused. And then I also am, of course, a student of Audre Lorde and Adrienne Maree Brown. And if you haven't read either, you absolutely should read Queer Black Women always. I think a lot about fractals and how the smallest part needs to look like the largest part of the thing. So if that's how I'm going to be grounding myself for myself, how am I also making sure that that kind of framework is available for my pro staff that I care for and for my student staff that I care for? How am I like building that systemically across our whole center? So those are the things that ground me. Yeah, joy and something, I don't know, psychological.
For me, I like to focus on the things that I have control over. And 99% of the time, the things that I'm anxious about, I have no control over anyway. I've also learned that the things that I worry about that are going to happen typically don't happen. And it's something I never even considered. So it's like all this time spent worrying about something and, like, what am I going to do if I miss the ferry? But I make the ferry. I spent all afternoon stressed about the ferry that I made. So putting things into perspective is really important for me. Also, going to bed early when I am not as much when I'm stressed because my brain has trouble stopping, but when I'm depressed, I love the deep rest. That's great. I kind of sink into that. So getting more sleep typically makes a huge difference in my life. I also try to spend time with my dog doing something really fun at least once a day.
Thank you. I know we're just about at lunch, but I wanted to give folks a chance to think if you have any kind of final thoughts or reflections, knowing that you heard each other, get a chance to share quite a few things. And I personally appreciate kind of like the spectrum of ideas and concepts that folks brought in. I'll get the last word since I'm moderator, but I want to give you all a chance. Any thoughts or reflections based on what you heard?
I could just say, like, listening to everyone, I think I just always return so much to connection and connectivity and how much we are lacking that as a society here and like how good that actually feels. So just how can we foster that and create that in environments? It's not like that's there was so much beautiful things said, but that was what was sitting in my mind.
I would just say that I think we're all on our own path and journey and our own timeline, and we spend a lot of time being comparative. And so, just being more solid in you're enough, what you're doing is enough, and sitting in that space a little bit more as much as we can and giving ourselves as much grace as possible is probably the best thing that I am hearing from all of you. So thank you.
All right.
An accommodation.
Yes. I want to pause and just say thank you to the whole U for putting on this day. Congratulations on 10 years. For those of us who've been here 10 years, it's really cool to see this happen. Well done, y'all. And thank you for pulling this panel together. Y'all are folks some of whom I've known a long time. And it's so fun to be on a panel with people whose work you admire, and to get to kind of share a stage and share a conversation with all of you. With that, we can adjourn and head towards lunch. We might be able to hang out for a hot minute if anybody wants to catch us over the buffet table and chat a little bit more. But thank you for being here today and for thinking about mental health in the workplace. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right. So as Anne shared, it is time for lunch. So you will have an hour break. I really encourage you to take some time during this break and visit our section over here to my left. We've got some amazing poster presentations and tables set up to share well-being wins from across our campuses. So these are departments who have put some well-being practices in place to really make a tangible difference in their local environment. I think we have a lot to learn from them, so please give them a visit. And thank you to our amazing panel.
I was thinking I had to turn on the mic. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being out today. I am Jessica Cole. I'm the Director for Work Life in HR, and I'm joined here with some amazing panelists from 3 different parts of the university. So I'd like to first introduce you to Ryan Fair, Dr. Ryan Fair. Ryan Fair is an esteemed expert in organizational behavior and leadership, currently serving as a faculty member here at the University of Washington. With a background in business and management, Ryan brings a wealth of knowledge on creating positive work cultures, fostering employee engagement, and building high-performing teams in various organizational settings. He has conducted extensive research on topics such as organizational justice, ethical leadership, and workplace well-being, making him a sought-after speaker and consultant in the field. Welcome, Dr. Fair. Next is Cynthia Levine. Dr. Cynthia Levine is a distinguished researcher and psychologist whose work focuses on understanding human behavior, social interactions, and well-being in organizational contexts. With a PhD in psychology and extensive research experience, Cynthia brings a deep understanding of team dynamics, communication patterns, and stress management within teams. Her expertise lies in bridging academic research with practical applications, offering evidence-based insights and strategies for creating supportive work environments, enhancing teamwork, and promoting psychological health in the workplace. Welcome, Dr. Levine. Next is Nicole Van Dyke. Nicole is a renowned coach and mentor specializing in women's soccer and leadership development. As a coach at the University of Washington, Nicole has honed her expertise in team dynamics, resilience building, and achieving work-life balance in competitive sports environments. She brings a unique perspective on leadership, motivation, and personal growth, drawing from her experience in coaching athletes to excel both on and off the field. Nicole's insights extend beyond sports coaching, encompassing strategies for fostering well-being and success in diverse team settings. Welcome, Coach Van Dyke. So with these 3 amazing experts in 3 very different fields, we are going to be talking about how we can empower well-being for team success. For this topic, I think it's really relevant in today's fast-paced and dynamic work environments. The well-being of individuals within teams plays a critical role in determining the overall success and effectiveness of those teams. And so without further ado, we'll go ahead and start with questions. We'll start with Ryan. Ryan, the first question is, how can organizations create a positive work culture that promotes employee well-being and engagement?
Well, thank you so much for the question. Thank you all so much for coming out. It's great to see everybody here and talk about these really important things today. So I think a mistake that we often make when we think about well-being and engagement at work is that it's something separate from the core work that's done every day. So we have the core work that we do, and then we're going to have this wellness initiative or this engagement initiative on this. Instead, what's really useful is to say that if we want to really take seriously the idea of employee well-being, of employee engagement, it needs to be rooted in the core thing. And the way that I think about that is thinking about the relationships that we create with our employees. So if you're a leader, what is the type of relationship? What are the kinds of behaviors, the way you're trying to interact with your employees to promote their engagement in this work? well-being. So I'll briefly mention 3 kind of foundations here and 2 more specific skills that I think are really useful. So the first one is you need to begin by treating your employees fairly. So if you really care about well-being, you want them to be engaged, you have to treat them fairly. So you have to make sure that their workloads are reasonable, that they're paid in a way that's commensurate with their effort. But there are actually 2 types of fairness. So the first one is called distributed fairness, and that's what I mentioned before, which is, are we paying our employees that? But there's also procedural fairness, and that means, that one is louder. And that means giving people voice and making sure that you're clear about why you're distributing things in a certain way, and actually having that conversation and not just saying, oh, okay, well, we're going to do things this way, see you later. So actually involving them in the conversation. Now, number 2 is after you have that foundation of fairness, you need to give your employees a lot of support. We sometimes call this servant leadership in the business school. And it sounds kind of obvious, but it doesn't happen automatically. It's not enough to just say, hey, I have an open door policy. Anytime you need help, come on, let me help you out. You need to be proactive about that help and think about different ways you can help your employees. So when I'm in the business school, I'm talking to my MBA students about how can you think about helping others, it's think about the different buckets. So you can offer instrumental support and say, I'm going to help you with the task you're having trouble with. But you can also do something else like advocate for your employees to other people in the organization or promote their work to other people. So a really good way to grow in that support is to say, well, what's the support I'm uncomfortable with? And how can I do that more? And that's a really great way to grow in that support that you offer. Number 3 is after you treat employees fairly and then you give them that support is to find ways to empower them. And empowerment is really important, but it's really difficult. It's easy to fall into micromanaging people. But if you want someone to not be engaged in their work, the easiest way is to micromanage them. Now, why do we micromanage? We don't micromanage because we're mean. We micromanage because we have fear. We fear what's going to happen if we loosen that rope a little bit and give them more of that autonomy. And the way to empower somebody is there's actually 2 pillars, 2 foundations of empowering somebody: competence and clarity. If you want to empower somebody else to do their work well, number 1, you build their competence in what you're trying to empower them to do. And number 2, you offer clarity of here's what I'm hoping for you. Here's the vision that I have, and you can co-create that vision for the work that you're going to do down the line. Okay. So you have the fairness, you offer that support, you empower your employees. Now, let me offer kind of 2 more specific skills that I think are really, really useful. The first one is curiosity. As we go up in an organization, up kind of the hierarchy to higher positions of power, it becomes more and more difficult to take the perspective of your employees. We kind of end up being off on our own, and we kind of lose that interest in what's going on in our employees' lives. Okay, so what we want to try to do here is shift away from, oh, I have my assumptions about what's going on with this employee and what they need and what they're finding easy and what they're finding difficult, and seek fewer answers and ask more questions. And if you embody a mindset of curiosity, what's going on with you? How can I help? And really try to ask those questions and not assume you know what's going on with an employee, that can be really, really useful. And the last skill that I'll mention is one that I research a lot and give workshops on, and that's gratitude. So there's a survey that was done at the Greater Good Science Center at Berkeley a few years ago. 66% of employees said that they'd leave their job if they didn't feel appreciated by their boss. That number jumps up to 76% for younger employees. But then you ask them, how often do you actually receive gratitude at work? How often do you actually give it to others? 10% say they receive gratitude on a regular basis. Right? So one of the barriers to that is that sometimes we underestimate the impact that gratitude can have. So there's a study that was done out of the University of Chicago and said, if you were going to go express gratitude to somebody, how surprised do you think they'd be? How happy do you think they'd be to receive that information? And they said, they know that I'm grateful for them. I don't think it would really boost their mood. And then another group went and actually did it. The other person was far more surprised. It boosted their mood far more than anticipated, and it built up relationships better than anticipated. And I've done studies on gratitude in a microlender in Pakistan, in a factory that makes airline food in China, and over again, if we increase the gratitude in an organization, it increases performance, employee engagement, and well-being. So, thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. And it resonates so much with the different talks we've already had today, this gratitude, support, and empowerment, it all lines up with all of the topics that we've discussed today. And being able to bring that into the workplace and seeing that create a really empowered team sounds amazing and productive. The next question I have is for Nicole. Nicole, how do you balance work and personal life as a coach? And how can this balance benefit teams in different settings?
I think we're testing. There we go. Okay, it's gonna be a test one. Well, first again, thank you for having me. I offer just a different perspective or vantage point, using pretty much sport as a fuel. However, I think I just resonate so much with how Ryan began. It's just that everything that we do, is centered around the being and what version of ourselves we show up in all these different spaces. And so, one, it's humbling to be here because I look around and I'm sure that you're all much more successful than I am. And I am confident that, when we're talking about like fit and balance and how do we do the personal and the work, I'm confident that everyone in the room has gone through a bit of a trial where it's grind, and where you've worked really hard to be where you're at right now, and whether it's been through challenges and adversity, and everyone has gotten to this space. So when it comes to figuring out how to balance everything in life, the most important thing, and I hope that you also take this away, is I'm going to say most important like 10 times, so they're all important apparently, is just the grace that we give ourselves and each other, and the responsibility that everyone in this room has for all the various teams that you're on, can be really challenging. And I always say they put people in positions that are able to do that. And so, kudos to you guys for just even being here today to want to increase the performance of your teams, or how do you continue to bring your best or focus on your own well-being. So having said that, when you talk about fit and balance, I don't think that I personally, have a magic wand or a magic formula that's going to work. I do believe, however, though, that there's tools for everyone, and that as your experiences grow, you start to fill your toolbox with those maybe go-to tools in all the various spaces that you're in. And oddly enough, I think it's a good time too to think about when I'm asked these questions, when they do my bio, the professional side of me is like, yeah, that's who I am. But the other side to me is I'm a mother of two, and my two children, the amount of experiences I learned from them, as I've gained like more perspective in life, is incredible. And so I bring that to everything that I do, and everyone's going to bring their personal to what they do. And so when you think about it from like a perspective standpoint, yes, I coach the UW women's soccer team. They are only one of the teams that I am a part of. And if we write down right now, you can do it as a fun exercise, not right now or later, that the amount of teams you're actually on is more than you've probably thought about. I know it when it's 7 a.m. and we're getting the kids ready for school, we are a team, my husband and I, and if it came down to our kids like having well-nourished meal, that is not the role that I want on that day. I am changed clothes, hair brushed, and similar to you guys, all these different teams you're on, some CEOs, some chief of staffs, we're managing people. You also might be batting ninth on the co-ed softball team, so where maybe people are relying on you for different things. I think that's the really cool thing about life, is sometimes getting that perspective that the different roles that we have actually bring our genuine and authentic self, and we can gain so much perspective for them. So kind of segueing into maybe some tools that I could provide. I think a big thing you're going to hear is just like having that growth mindset, and how can I really become more so self-aware? I think self-awareness can come in so many different avenues. I think people can provide you self-awareness. People can help you kind of pull out what your strengths are. We do an exercise with are women, and we call them coach collabs. And ultimately, they're individual development plans, said nicely. But the way that we do them is they're collaborative. And so if you can find those ways in your spaces to be collaborative, it also helps you, I think, be yourself in all these spaces as well. So, for example, knowing your strengths, it's really hard to write down your strengths. And so I think knowing your strengths also helps you as a person become self-aware as to when you're at your best. And I think when we know we're at our best, reflecting also on why we're at our best, and it could be as simple as sleep. I know that's a trivial, like sleep. We all need sleep. We know the research. I'm sure, Ryan, you probably have studies on sleep, I'm sure. And I'm like, yeah, I need more sleep. But what I do know is I can stay up late and I can get up early, but I can't do it 3 nights in a row. And on the 3rd day, I become my worst version of myself, which is impatient, really not so tolerant of like making mistakes, and my perfectionism for my expectations of other people rises. And so I know when I'm not at my best, but it's always good for me to be like, okay, why? And it might be something like sleep. And so we can start to work backwards. And I think that like everyone in this room wants to show up and bring their best all the time. And I think it's like having those moments where like, I'm not at my best right now, but I gotta get in front of a team right now and bring my best. What do I need in this moment? Because I think the hindsight is where when all these worlds blend, we're really disappointed in ourselves. And then that might kind of go into the moment of well, now I gotta do this to make up for that. And now I'm gonna sacrifice maybe time with my family because this Excel spreadsheet is so important right now. And we end up doing a lot of behind the scenes self-talk. And so I think that feedback loop of the when you're at your best and when you're not at your best, and just having that self-awareness, it can really create more intentional moments, be it being present with your family, being in front of your teams, batting 9th on the softball team, right? Like there are all these spaces where you can be a good teammate, and where you can impact to whatever percentage you can give that day. And so some silly things that I can think of really quick, I'm probably going on way too long, is, there are times where we have a game and the late night, early morning might catch up to me. And so in that moment, I know that in 30 minutes, all that work that we put into it is now going to come where I'm in front of the team. So like, it all becomes kind of like useless if I'm not prepared for that moment. And so just in the fall, we were about to play, I think, UCLA, and I know we should be the top dogs, but sometimes they're the top dogs. And I don't know, I'm annoyed. I'm anxious, I'm whatever, it's stress. And so I decide like I have 15 minutes when I get in the car, and I don't even know why I'm annoyed at this point, right? But it's stress, I'm dealing with it in a way, I'm about to do something hard. And in that moment, I called a friend, and I called this friend and I said, hey, she's like, hey, don't you have a game tonight? And I said, yeah. She's like, well, I know you're not calling me for X's and O's. And I said, no, I'm calling you right now because I just want to laugh. And I need some humor right now. And we talked about nothing. To be honest, part of it was like 5 minutes, about nothing. It wasn't about soccer. It wasn't about family. It might have been about some high school event. I don't know. But I think just like finding those moments to fill those cups of what we need. Because I don't know about you guys, but when I go on vacation, I think I need this big vacation because I want to separate all these things in my life. But I come back from vacation really tired. And it's like, I don't know, kids on vacation, it's not vacation, right? But there are times when I found what I needed, and I try to fill that cup because I think bringing our best version or being and knowing when we're at best can really help us lose some of the guilt that we put in these different spaces. So I hope that's helpful to you. I know it's helpful for me, but again, hopefully you find some tools for your own toolbox. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. I was thinking about the things that make me a better team player and show up fully at work, and it's simple stuff like getting enough rest, staying hydrated, keeping on top of my finances. So I'm not sitting there thinking about things that I worry about on the regular. So it's like little mini vacations every day that we can give ourselves by staying hydrated and getting rest. That was lovely. Thank you, Nicole. And on to Cynthia. Question for you. What are the key factors that contribute to positive team dynamics? And how can leaders help everyone feel like an important part of the team?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and also thanks for the, sounds okay. Thanks for the invitation to be here. It's really nice I appreciate being invited. Thank you, Jessica, and it's great to be here with the other panelists. So yeah, what contributes to positive team dynamics? Well, first of all, just as a kind of step back and say that I think positive team dynamics are important both for work productivity and for well-being, which is the theme today. I have 3 things that I was going to suggest, and one of the experiences of being the third person to answer questions is that Ryan mentioned one of them and Nicole mentioned a second one of them. So it's good. We've got a cohesive message here, even though we didn't plan it.
Crush number 3, though.
Yes. Well, it's a team effort, right? We've built a nice team here. So the first thing I'm going to say is it's important for teams to have this sense of fairness or justice that Ryan mentioned, and he mentioned that there are 2 types, and one that I think is really important is procedural justice or procedural fairness. And this is this idea that people understand how decisions are made or what the processes are for managing things on the team. How do we go about figuring out how to do things? They understand them, there's transparency, and they think they're fair, they trust the process. So I'll echo that that's an important thing to do. How do you help create that kind of process? Well, communicating the processes for decision making and other kind of processes on your team, communicating that to employees is important. Giving them a chance to share their feedback, their impressions of how you do things is important, and treat them with respect so they feel like they're a part of the team. Okay, so that's one of them, this procedural fairness or procedural justice. The other thing pertains to a growth mindset, which Nicole mentioned briefly and you may have heard of. So this is the idea that individuals like employees can have a mindset about a particular skill or ability that either you have it or you don't. If I need to learn how to speak in public, just to think of something that I might be doing right now. There's some people who are good public speakers and there's some people who are bad public speakers, and you just either are or not a good public speaker. Well, you can think about it that way, or you can think about it as public speaking is a skill that I can learn and develop, and if I don't have it yet, it's something that I can put some effort into or get some help with that I can learn. So we think about these, or originally thought about this idea, this concept in psychology as something like that people have in their own heads, they have their own beliefs, but more and more we're thinking about, okay, well, how can we create not just a growth mindset, the idea that you can grow and change and develop skills, but how can we create cultures of growth where leaders communicate to their teams that people can grow and improve. And I think a culture of growth, creating a culture of growth can be really important for building a strong team and making people feel like they're an important part of the team. So how do you do that? Well, when you're evaluating members of your team, you communicate that the evaluation is intended to help them improve, not intended to judge whether you're good at this and good at your job or bad at this and bad at your job. And then soliciting feedback from them on what do you need in order to improve. So this is an area where we want to help you improve. What do you need from us to help you improve? And then also leaders can model feedback. They can model the idea that they will take feedback too. So being open to feedback from the members of your team, for example, from your employees, can communicate that you think feedback is important to you too in order to grow. And I think Ryan mentioned that it's good to not just have an open door policy, but really be actually not just say you have an open door policy, but be available for your team members to give feedback. And then take their feedback seriously, even if you decide, I can't do exactly what you're saying, what you're suggesting, communicate why that's maybe not going to work or not feasible. So that's the second thing, creating a culture of growth. And then the last thing I'll suggest is to make people feel like their work matters and like it's important. So people feel like they're not just doing a list of tasks, but their work has meaning and impact. And one key piece of this can be communicating to people that when the team accomplishes something, what role they had in bringing it about. Like you wouldn't, your coworker wouldn't have been able to do their part without you doing X, Y, and Z, and the team wouldn't have been able to accomplish this without you doing X, Y, and Z. Having fair, transparent processes, creating a culture of growth, and then this final one, making people feel like their work matters.
I love the term procedural justice. I've never heard it before, and it makes complete sense. Having transparency and knowing how to do this is so important, especially in an era of remote work and telecommuting. I think sometimes not having someone sitting right next to you, you don't have someone to just be like, oh, I don't know how to figure this thing out, and having those procedures becomes even more important. We're going to open up the next question to all of you, which I know is kind of a tricky spot because then nobody knows who goes first. We'll see who does. We are also, and I want all of you to keep in mind that we're going to open this up to Menti pretty soon. You have some placards on your table with a QR code, and I hope you'll join us and participate in this panel by using Menti to answer a couple of questions that'll be coming up. We will put the questions on the screen, and that way you can interact with these experts as well. So, but first we'll do this question. So all of you, what are some key strategies for building cohesive and high-performing teams in today's dynamic work environments? Please provide some actionable items our audience can take with them today.
I'll actually think that some of the strategies that you can use to build high-performing teams are actually related to some of the things that I just said. Things like transparency and how things are done can be really important. And it can be important to solicit feedback from your team members about how things are going for a lot of different reasons. So to solicit feedback so that you are modeling that feedback is important and that you will take feedback on your performance. Also, so you can understand what their experience is like. You can understand how they're whether they see the policies and practices in your organization as fair. And I'll also echo what I said before about making sure that people feel that their work matters. And some specific ways to do this are things like giving everybody a chance to contribute in meetings if they want to. So not just letting the people who are raising their hands or speaking the loudest to contribute. I appreciate the other co-panelists deferring to me, giving me a chance to contribute first, and modeling that for us. Again, I mentioned this before, but telling people specifically how their individual efforts or their individual tasks have contributed to the overall team goals.
Yeah, I think everything is always, it's great because I'm writing down notes and it's not like for my next question, it's just a terminology or methodology about how to be more concise in the things that we're doing. And I love the celebrating just the growth mindset because celebrating growth is actually process oriented rather than result oriented. And I think that we're all moving so fast and we are moving on to the next thing so quick. And so taking that pause and reflecting on how teams got to a certain space and really kind of journaling out that so you can also remember as a leader, because again, we're the ones who are tasked to kind of go to the next, okay, we got the next thing. But that I think when you do that, that your trajectory that everyone wants to be on, your dips become a little bit lower rather than these deep dives that you have to build yourself back up from. I also think, celebrating that growth, but also celebrating the journey that everyone's on together, because I think when you have it where there's shared values, you also share experiences, and you're not everyone in your team or on the teams that we're on are going to get to the point the same way. But as long as there's shared values, you can appreciate the different perspectives that people bring and the different resources or vantage point or knowledge that they bring. They just might get there a separate way. The other thing I would say is that I think we're deeply rooted in the, just like the hard work that went into it. And so I think both that have touched on, it's just celebrating people and how we got to somewhere. And I think the last thing would just be like those moments of joy, being able to sit in them, knowing that, okay, we're all going to kind of flip our own switch as to when the time is to go on to the next, because everyone's so ambitious, but really doing those one-on-ones and really kind of diving into like, man, we did this and it was so hard, but we got to here. Because I think ultimately, again, everyone is so ambitious and inspired to do great things. And so when you get to that point, you want to make sure you pause. You say, we did that and we did it together. And I think it creates that team cohesion. And I do know that, being on a team is very special. And sometimes you don't need to have like a W on your shirt or a number. Just feeling valued that you contributed to the greater good can really help people on their worst days show up and bring their best to help the team move forward.
Thank you. Yeah. First of all, I'll second this idea of moments of joy. I think that's so important. So my background is in positive psychology, and one of the things we emphasize is this idea of positive deviance. And the whole point is it's not just we try to avoid the negative, but if we really want to build cohesive teams, make work meaningful, we have to take it to that next level. That's a fabulous idea. I think also related to this question, I had mentioned curiosity and gratitude. Those really apply well. I'll give you one other thing. So research generally suggests that we perceive other people along two dimensions, warmth and competence. Warmth is, what is somebody's intentions? Are they friendly? Are they trustworthy? Competence is, can somebody act successfully on their intentions? Are they good at their job? Things like that. So if you ask a group of people, what sort of training does everybody else on my team need? They say everybody else needs warmth training. And then if you ask that person, what kind of training do you need? They say, well, I need competence training, right? Because we all assume that we're trustworthy and that we're warm and that we have good intentions. And because of that assumption, we don't spend enough time communicating that to other people and the people on our team. So if you want to build that cohesion, if you want your team to operate effectively, focus on that warmth. Focus on the trust. Focus on showing good intention. And that brings in the gratitude and the joy and the curiosity. And I'll add one more dimension here, which is listening to your employees. Spending less time speaking and more time listening. Listening is an order of magnitude more important for somebody's job satisfaction than their pay. It's one of the most important and one of the most underutilized things that we can do to help a team feel connected.
Thank you so much. And that leads very nicely into our mentee question. How does your team celebrate wins? And I can see that folks have already logged in and answered the question a bit. Our largest one is appreciation. Does anybody want to share how they show appreciation on their teams? Thank you.
Actually, today was
Administrative Professionals Day. Yeah.
And it was also volunteer recognition. So over at Harvard, we brought in some staff for the volunteers, and then today one of the executive level brought in Mabel's assistant.
That's great. Yeah.
Free t-shirts that I was
Food
Love t-shirt.
Food t-shirts.
I think a couple things that we can kind of do in our environment. And again, it's just like how you find your space and what you can manipulate and steal from everyone else. The best coaches are the best thieves, I always say. So is when anyone gets an individual award, that person will bring cuties for everybody else. And so they're just the little oranges. So that person kind of gets their moment. But then they spend that time speaking to their teammates and their team members about how they got to that space. So it's coming less from the coaches, it's coming from the individuals. I mean, I know it's a sport related, but for shutouts, it's no goals in the back of the net. Our goalkeeper, who everyone thinks might be the sole reason, well, there's 10 other people, she presents a brick to the team and kind of talks about her teammates in these little moments. And so, there might be little things in your spaces where you can use the individual as the driver for the team's success. So those are just some small examples.
It's really cool. A lot of the words you just used showed up.
Oh, awesome.
Isn't that neat? we all need to say thank you to each other more and say, awesome job. It means a lot. I think a lot of those words are talking about acknowledgement and appreciation, recognition, shout outs, gratitude, affirmations, thank you emails, thank you cards. Wow, I am going to take that back with me. Thank you all for sharing. We have another question. Let's head to the next question and check out some more introspect from our lovely audience. How does your team process stress as a group? How do you close that stress loop when hard stuff happens or amazingly difficult things happen, either when you succeed or when you don't? Because we all know that we are going to fail at some point, and oftentimes that's where we learn the most.
These ideas of talking it out remind me of a concept we talk about a lot, which is psychological safety, which Amy Edmondson came up with. And it's one of the most important things for strong teamwork. And basically what psychological safety is all about is, do people feel comfortable speaking up and taking risks on the team? Or do they feel like they'll be judged or criticized if they say, hey, I'm having a really difficult day, or I'm having a really hard time with this project? So as we think again about this cohesion, this idea of ensuring and saying out loud, if you're having trouble, if there's anything you want to talk about, please, we welcome that. And that's part of what it means to be a good team member. That can be really valuable.
And this goes back to that open door policy we're talking about, like having the ability to talk through things that are hard, listening more than talking. Wonderful. Thank you. And as we're receiving responses, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next question. And this is for all panelists again, put you on the hot seat. Work has shifted dramatically over the past decade, especially with the emergence of hybrid work environments. How has this changed the team experience, and what have you done in response?
Sure. Sorry. Yeah. So with the lots of changes over the last several years and more hybrid work, I think actually in reflecting on this, to me, it makes like basically everything that we've been talking about more important. Things like listening, building relationships more important, because you've got to build relationships with people who you might not be seeing every day. Getting feedback more important, because everybody has these new processes that they're adjusting to. And so I guess to me, one of the most important things is to really keep the lines of communication open and set, for example, specific times to meet and check in with everybody, not just over email or Teams or whatever, but not over some kind of written communication, but in some kind of phone conversation or Zoom conversation or whatever.
So the solution is more Zoom. I think we all need more Zoom meetings. I know I always say I wish I had a few more hours of Zoom. No, so why is Zoom so terrible? Sometimes. Is because it's kind of nothing. You're kind of in this intermediate space where you're kind of interacting with somebody, but you're not making eye contact with them, but you also can't get any other work done, right? So it's kind of everything and nothing at the same time. So one solution for this is to say, well, if you're doing hybrid work, then you have to kind of separate these things out a little bit more, right? So when somebody has we all have difficult things we need to work on, then you focus on that. You're not on Zoom. You do what Cal Newport calls deep work. You have a session blocked off on your calendar. This is my deep work time. And then you're operating in solitude, right? Thoreau is right. Value of solitude helps you get work done in a deep way. And then when you're together, maybe it's in person sometimes, if it's possible. If it is over Zoom or something like that, one-on-one. A classic phone call while walking can be less exhausting than Zoom. But you say, well, what's the purpose of that time? And the purpose of that time is to connect. So rather than saying we're on Zoom all the time and we're never really getting our work done and we're never really connecting, you have your get your work done time, you have your deep connection time, and you're purposeful about what you're doing at any given moment. And that can be a really good way to deal with hybrid environments.
So we're pretty much face to face every day. However, I mean, during COVID, we wore like our training tops to every Zoom because that was the one thing we knew that everyone had that we could connect on. And fast forward to now, Zoom for us is oddly an interesting way to, a much cheaper way to have virtual visits. And, you know, we can actually do a lot of unique outside the box things with it. However, we do get the everyday. And so, you know, less of the hybrid. I think for us, the bigger challenge would be the schedules, you know, of a student athlete, and the fact that I think leadership now is different. There's not a top down. We all have different managers. So how do we stay aligned? How do we stay connected? How do we, you know, does everyone feel valued? How do you do that, right? Being in different spaces. And so those days where I have so much to do on emails and these and the process, sometimes I don't get anything done per se there, but just being intentional when you do have that face-to-face time can be so important, because those one-on-ones and those check-ins with people become so important and impactful, because they build relationships, they connect, they build trust. And I think you gain so many nuggets from them. I feel like I learn more about my team having a conversation with other team members. And as leaders, we can't see everything. And so I think just, you know, when they share what their teammates are doing, it becomes really awesome. So I think that's, you know, that's an important component to just the process of it.
And can I just add in to clarify? I think I ended mine by saying, like, you can have a conversation on Zoom. I think what I was coming, and I also share some Zoom fatigue that others have. I think where I was coming from was, instead of just communicating over email, it's good to have a conversation. And then I echo what others have said. And instead of just having a phone conversation or a Zoom conversation, if you can, sometimes do it in person. So the more you can kind of level it up a little bit on the connection, it's great.
And it can be so hard, because you could be plugging away at your desk and we have a student athlete come by and they might need us for just to drop off something. But in that moment, it's like you ask yourself, okay, can I stop what I'm doing to have a eye contact conversation and make them feel valued in that moment? And it can be really hard, because what's important to me at the time might not be that. But then you have that conversation, and I think that connection. And it's like going to the gym, right? Before you go, you're like, you know, and then you're like, wow, I'm so happy I went. I'm so glad that I invested that time. And so I feel like that way, sometimes with connections, it can be really easy to kind of go back to what we want to do. And then we open ourselves up. I think we learn a lot about our team, and it really kind of fills our own cup with that engagement.
Wonderful. Thank you, panelists. We are on to our next Menti questions. The next question is, how has the hybrid work environment changed your team? And I know this is a big topic, and there's not a lot of words available, but if you can just add your responses for how it's changed your team. More work-life balance, less connection, maybe more connected to people at home, less connected to people at work. Is that what I'm seeing? I know I'm feeling that. Yeah, you know, they speak about the third office, I think it's what it's called. Do you know about this, Ryan? The third location. I'm missing my third location. I go home and I'm a single mom of 3 kids. And then I go to the office and I'm building my network and like engaging with my coworkers. But I need a third place to go to that doesn't have either, so that I can do the deep work. And so it's interesting, you can get creative now in the hybrid environment. And coffee shops are where I've found is my third place. Sometimes in different hours than I was used to working, I find my most productive moments.
All right. It's the argument, right, that you fill your commute with more work. You weren't actually, they did research like that where people still expect you to be doing that work, but normally you'd be commuting. You become that much more accessible. You know, there was research, it sounds like, with that. But I think in our world, in dealing with the staff, we all have such different processes that we're responsible for. And finding time off is really challenging. Because my time off might not be the same as your time off and your time off, but I'm off. And so it's like, how do we have that shared time off where we go into it with that clear expectation that no work needs to be done? And so if I send an email at 10 p.m., you know, I might have said 100 times, don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about it until tomorrow. But how I'm communicating with them is how I want to communicate. It's not me thinking about what Ryan might need, what Cynthia might want. So like starting to kind of figure out the work environment, what people need is really important. And like Cynthia said, you can't always make it perfect, but I think the more you get to know people, the more you're going to look at their process and how they can bring their best. And ultimately we all get to the same place. It's just a little bit different for everybody.
Yeah, and I've heard some folks recommend that you putting just a little sentence at the bottom of your email signature saying, just because I'm sending this email outside of business hours doesn't mean I expect you to respond. And those very simple things can make a huge difference, right? I value work-life balance or alignment, work-life alignment in your life too.
The version of that I'll do is I've taken to schedule sending emails if I want to write an email on the weekend, because I had a student and I had some bad news and I might have sent the bad news on a Friday night. Maybe not the best idea, right? And so then after a conversation with that student, oh, well, if I just schedule send these things for Monday morning, then it's kind of within those hours that we aspire to create that balance and send that message.
It feels so good to push send because you're done.
But it's still send. It's just send later.
Like, isn't that funny? Like, we send it because we're like, oh yeah, but I'm good. It's sent. I'm good. No, not thinking about who got that email, you know? But I sent it, you know, and we do it obviously not in just bad news, but it feels good because we can cross it off. Because if it's not sent till Monday, like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not crossing it off. You know, and I leave it hanging in the air, and I'm like, don't leave something hanging in the air. But it's just how, you know, we communicate with people as leaders. It sometimes gives us a chuckle.
I want to put a plug in here for asking people explicitly about what they need in order to feel like they can get time off. This is just anecdotal, but I have one person I work with regularly who doesn't like to send me emails when she knows I'm away. So like 8 a.m., she schedule sends them. So they all come in at 8 a.m. on Monday morning when I get back. And I know every time I'm like, you know, I get just like this, just like flood of email. And I would rather actually that I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can talk to her, but like, you know, she could send them while I'm away and then I could kind of know it's sitting. I would wait for them and know it's sitting there for me when I get back. And, you know, having a conversation about that has fixed it, and it's not even that big a deal. But the other thing is that when it comes to taking time off, not just like for the evening, or whatever, but for, you know, an actual vacation, which you referenced in the beginning, is just modeling the idea that you're going to take time off and go away, and then recognizing that other people will need different times off. But, you know, for leaders to say, I'm out of the office and I won't respond to email unless it's really an emergency.
I'm going to move us to the next question because we are only 5 minutes away from the conclusion of our panel. The next question is, in what ways does your team promote well-being in the hybrid environment? And while you're answering that, I'm going to move on to our next question. And the next question is, what role do leaders play in fostering well-being and building effective teams?
Well, I've talked about leadership a bunch, so I'll just throw in a little bit more here. The first one, it sounds cliche, but leading by example. I have a 6-year-old. Leading by example is really hard. You know, I tell her no more TV time. That means I have to put my cell phone away. I tell her no more snacks for me either. You know, it's difficult, right? And so it takes a lot of self-discipline to say, look, if I'm asking my team to try to build a culture of gratitude, I really need to make sure that I'm expressing gratitude to people more as well. The other one I'll mention is consistency. And this is one of the biggest predictors of whether or not somebody is satisfied with their leader, is can I predict how that person is going to act on a given day and what their expectations are, et cetera. And that gets back to clarity of communication and all those things. So if you're in a leadership role, trying to be consistent with your expectations, the way you communicate, et cetera, is deeply important.
Again, if I go after others, they take the things I was going to say, or I echo the things that the great things they already said. I was going to say actually something I had referenced earlier, which is modeling well-being. That I'm taking time for my own well-being, and I also communicate to people around me that it's important for them to take time for their well-being. So yeah, modeling things that you think are important, modeling your values that you also think are important for your team members.
I mean, not a lot to add. I think everyone said some impactful things that hopefully resonate you. And when we look at, coaches, obviously coaches are teachers. There are a lot of different things, and we're all leaders. And I think the servant leadership piece is something that can go along with modeling. It's we're giving not to get back. And I think it becomes, when we can do that ourselves and model that, it becomes less transactional. Because I feel like the transactional people can eat that out really quick. And I think in order for it to not to be transactional, there has to be a relationship built that you can trust and communicate with. And I know all that's easier said than done, especially in today's world moving so fast. But when we take time for it, it always feels great. And I think that we search for feel, and we shouldn't make all of our decisions on that by any means. If I felt who's going to be the leading goal scorer, I would not have a job. But I think it's just like, I wrote these things down. As a leader, we want someone that cares, right? We want someone that cares. We also want fun. We want to show up excited and have fun and find that joy in those moments. Competitive, we might think that that's like just a sports thing, but it's really not. Everyone here is striving to be better at something, and that growth mindset and that continuous growth is always present in everything that we do. But if you have a really competitive group, oh man, you can get a lot too, because they really want to kind of bring that self to them. And I would say passion. Do you have passion? Are you passionate about what you're doing? I feel like people can really see that in you. And they might not always understand how you get to somewhere or why you're doing it a certain way. But when they add all those things, they can really get behind that. And the last thing I think is it's the building relationships, but it's also the teaching. I think ultimately we all want to, and it kind of went back to your competence, we all want to know that we're surrounded by people that not only want to grow themselves, but also that can teach and can help you grow as a person. So
it's beautiful. Thank you.
The next and final question on Menti is, what actionable item did you learn about today that you'll take back to UW team? And I hope it wasn't just from the speakers today, but also the content that came from all of you, because I saw there was a lot of awesome ideas up on the board that are easy to do tomorrow, today, next week. And as you're putting those responses in, I just want to thank our panelists. This was an amazing talk, and I learned a lot, and I hope you all learned a lot. And I know that I'm going to look for my little daily vacation items from Nicole, and I'm going to think about how I build my warmth and my competence, and then how we create psychological safety in the workplace. So thank you all so much, and I hope you'll join me in thanking our panelists as well.
Does everybody have exercise clothes? All right, I'm just joking. Hi everyone, thanks for sticking around. I know it's a long day, so for those of you who were able to stick around, thank you. My name is Lauren Updike, and super proud this is our 10th year for the Whole You program, and I actually want to take 30 seconds to show my gratitude and appreciation to my team for helping me put on this event. So Anna is in the back. Yay. Sebastian is on our team beside Anna. Jessica, you just met. Jolynn, Ed, and Hannah, and Chloe has left. Chloe's one of our students. So thank you, everyone. This is, when we first talked about this, Anna and I talked about this last fall, and we're like, oh, we normally do like one event and it's around an hour, right? So we weren't sure if people would be able to take the day, and I'm so pleased. I had supervisors, I had people email me say, my supervisor recommended that I go to this. So wow, I think that really speaks volume of how University of Washington UW Medicine is now really looking at well-being and wellness for its employees, its managers, and its within the team culture. So our topic, our last topic, is physical health or physical well-being. And I have 4 amazing panelists that came together and willing to share their expertise. And I have questions for them. But before we get started, I'd like each of them to introduce themselves to the group.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to be here. My name is John Dresner. I'm a professor and faculty member in the Department of Family Medicine. I also did training in sports medicine. And here at the university, I direct our Center for Sports Cardiology. So my clinical practice is right down at Husky Stadium at the Stadium Sports Medicine Clinic. But our Center for Sports Cardiology is sort of an umbrella that goes over our community outreach, educational programs, research initiatives, as well as some of our clinical programs. And it's a delight to be with you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peggy Hannon, and I'm a professor in health systems and population health within our School of Public Health. I also lead a research center called the Health Promotion Research Center, which includes a program of research around workplace health promotion. Thank you for having me.
And I'm Ann Lund. I'm also a faculty within the School of Public Health. I work within the Food Systems, Nutrition, and Health program, although my appointment's through epidemiology. I am the director of our Masters of Public Health Nutrition degree, and then also the Registered Dietitian or RD training program here on campus.
Hi, everybody. My name is Charles Kenyon. I'm a sports medicine physician and in the Department of Rehab Medicine. 3 days a week, I'm down at the Stadium Clinic, twice a week up at Harborview. In regards to physical activity, before I got into medicine, I spent some time in the strength conditioning and sports performance field in professional baseball. So I've tried to carry that emphasis into my current clinical practice, and it's great to be here today.
Great. All right, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions first to all panelists, and then because, as you heard, each one has a different discipline, I have a couple questions for each of them if we have the time. So the first, it's always amazing to think about people in the wellness industry or in sports nutrition. We always want to know, do they practice what they preach, right? So the first question is if each one of you could share your physical well-being philosophy and lifestyle.
Well, I clearly sat in the right seat next to Lauren, so thanks for that. I'll go first. I try to practice what I preach. We're going to spend this hour talking about the health benefits of physical activity and some other movement behaviors and nutrition, but I try to practice that. My personal life and work life feels busy. I do a lot of research. I'm an editor-in-chief of a journal. I feel like I sit at my computer a lot. I have 3 children. They've all played sports. There's just a lot to do. And a friend of mine in medical school said something to me that I would say today remains my philosophy about physical activity. And we were studying, and he says, hey, you know, let's go get a workout in medical school. And I said, I don't have time. I gotta go study. And he looks at me and he says, Drez, he goes, what have you done for yourself today? And that stayed with me really to this day. And as busy as your day will be, as busy as my day is, if I get my exercise in, I feel like I accomplished something. And so the way I look at it, and I talk to some of my friends and sometimes even my patients, and now you about this, is I just want my 20 minutes. Whatever that is, I want my 20 minutes. Whether that's going to be take a good walk, bike, go play basketball with my kids, go for a jog, weightlifting, whatever it is. I just want my 20 minutes. And sometimes it's more than that. I am an aging athlete. I played basketball in college. I still try to play basketball, quite different and not very well. And it's really hard to keep up with my son, who's 17. But nonetheless, I would say that's my philosophy. So one thing that I think about every day is I just want my 20 minutes, and I would say just about every day I try to get it.
So I'm a behavior change person at heart, and I think about similar things for myself and the employers and employees that my group tries to work with, which is it feasible and is it enjoyable? If it's not feasible, it's not happening. So what's going to make moving more feasible? Do we have the time and the tools we need to take that time to be active or to have healthy food? And we'll talk more, hopefully, in this panel a bit about how managers and workplaces, that they actually have a role to play in feasibility. And that's something that I'm really interested in. And then there's enjoyment. You know, it's hard to do something if you don't love it. And, you know, personally, when I was a kid, physical activity meant physical education classes, which meant competitive events, each one showing in a new creative way how vastly untalented and uncoordinated I personally was. And I thought that I really hated exercise. And it wasn't until I was a young adult and was able to just do some other things that didn't have any of those trappings where I could see, like, I feel so much better when I do this. And I feel better while I'm doing it, and I feel better after I do it. So I'm always really keen to help people find something that they enjoy and that's serving them whatever else is going on, that they're getting some joy out of it, because it's really hard to keep doing it if you don't. And for some of us, that's easy. And for some of us, it just takes a lot of years of experience.
I'll add that my goal is just to be active enough so that if I have a girlfriend who says, hey, let's go do blah, 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 I can say, okay. Unfortunately, all my friends are of a similar age and have families and, you know, all the different poles. So it's pretty unlikely they're going to ask me to climb Mount Rainier next weekend. But that is always my goal, is to maintain a level of fitness so I can just say yes to whatever fun thing comes up. I actively commute to try and maintain that. I play a little frisbee. I do a lot of biking, that kind of stuff. And it's entirely things that bring me joy. So thank you for bringing up joy. On the food side, I kind of cheated and brought some handouts, but not enough. But I put on your table, some of the tables, an explanation of the Principles of Normal Eating as defined by Ellen Satter. It's a two-sided sheet, and the blue side is the, is what is normal eating, and explaining what it is, because unfortunately nutrition professionals and public health, we haven't done the best job explaining what normal eating and healthy eating is, and relationships around food are all over the place. And then the other side is the joy of eating, and explains what it means to be a competent eater. And I'll follow up with the URLs so you can share it with anyone who wants it, but very much just practicing these things. I'm, you know, trying to avoid that food police thing of being a dietitian. You know, it's all about changing my badge so people don't see I'm a dietitian.
I would certainly echo you know, a lot of the themes that were brought up. I think, first of all, exercise lifestyle stuff has to be fun. It has to be convenient. For me, like I talked about, so I'm a first year attending down in the sports medicine center, and I've essentially spent the last 10 years of my life. I mean, everybody goes through transitions, but going through the transition from, working in a competitive environment to being a medical student, residency, fellowship, multiple moves across the country. And in that process, we now have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old somehow. So just kind of navigating how that evolution has looked. For me, when I was doing the strength conditioning, I had a hip injury and had to get a hip surgery that was really tough and affected my identity in that role, and that was part of what spurred me to go into medicine. So I went from this environment where I spent pretty much 90% of my waking hours in a gym, very easy access to equipment, around motivated people, no excuses in terms of, I literally worked in a gym, so I tried to be represent what I was talking about. But to then go from that into, like Dr. Dresner said, into those experiences where you're a medical student and there's a lot of pressure that you're supposed to shift your mentality towards being at a certain intensity academically, but having to step back and realizing that some of your success is going to come from taking care of yourself and getting engaged, not only with yourself, but in ways with the community. So for me, from a rehab medicine standpoint, part of that was getting involved in adaptive sports work and helping people engage in their community and engage in physical fitness in a way that fit their abilities. And that really shifted my mindset in how I approach my own fitness. But again, it has to be convenient, has to be fun. And as a parent of young children, I try to come home with the mindset of anything they want to do that's activity wise, I'm just not going to be too tired to do that, right? So if it's playing basketball, going out throwing the ball, it's kind of like that improv game of yes and. Is how most days I try. I know we talked a little bit about how coming home you have to reset your mindset a little bit times, but I try to come home and be ready to demonstrate that love for physical activity with my children when I can.
Great, thank you. All right, so we'll get into our questions. So my first question is for Jonathan. What are the potential health risks associated with prolonged sitting and sedentary behavior? We're just getting right to it. Sedentary behavior in the workplace, and how can managers help mitigate these risks?
Good question. Well, I think we all know that any amount of physical activity is good, and the more is generally better. And so physical activity, exercise, and movement are good, and basically sitting and being sedentary would be considered bad from a health perspective. It's interesting in my role right now as editor-in-chief of a sports medicine journal, learning how much research is being done in the physical activity space and the health benefits that are being shown. And I think everyone thinks about sort of general mortality, cardiovascular risk, but there is research and papers and really strong evidence that physical activity helps everything, right? It helps prevent diabetes, it helps treat diabetes, it helps our blood pressure, it helps mental health. There's probably nothing in medicine that physical activity and exercise doesn't touch in a positive way. And so the other part of this, to answer your question about sedentary time and sort of the movement spectrum of movement behaviors between physical activity, sedentary behavior, and sleep, is that you can make up for it. And so even though you're sitting at work or sitting here today, you can still make up for it. And so the evidence shows pretty well that if you get your physical activity in during the day, if you still get your steps, so to speak, you can make up for having that sedentary behavior. So I don't think it's sedentary behavior itself that is necessarily bad. It's sedentary behavior without any physical activity to balance it. And there's good evidence that, I don't know where the Fitbit or whatever we wear on our, as our watch, whatever, said 10,000 steps is the right thing. But there's now evidence that actually shows that 10,000 steps is probably a really good cutoff. But you get almost half those benefits from 4,000 steps. And it's just a continuum. So any amount of movement is good. In the workplace, what can managers do to facilitate that? I mean, I think you sort of want to model what you want your workers to do. Being healthy, being physically active, I think makes your workers and your staff and your colleagues more productive. As a manager, avoid unnecessary meetings. I hate meetings. Like if there's no, if there's an agenda, not a good agenda, not planned, let's just meet to meet. I hate just meeting to meet. Like there's got to be a reason to meet. Otherwise, give your staff time. Let them go take a walk. Let them get out at lunch. Don't schedule it. And so give them a little more free time and encourage them to get up from what they're doing at their desk and go visit, have that face-to-face, get some. We'll talk a little bit later, I think, about exercise, what's called exercise snacking, that you don't have to get all your movement at once, and the little bits add up quite a bit. So during your day, get up from your desk, take a minute, take 2 minutes, walk around, sit back down. Those exercise snacks can mean a lot.
Thank you. Who is comfortable raising your hand? Who does get physical activity in or movement during your workday? Anybody willing to? Oh, yes. That's awesome. Did my team raise their hand? I hope so. All right. Okay, next question for Charles. What are the most common musculoskeletal injuries or conditions that employees may experience in the workplace, and how can managers or coworkers help prevent them?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really fun about working in the university environment is that in this room, even I'm sure there's people from all sorts of different work settings. So not uncommonly, we see the maintenance staff, in either clinic, the demands of some of the bench work laboratory folks, coming in have some issues as well. So it can be a very broad spectrum of issues depending on the particular setting. Certainly, most of the things we worry about work-wise tend to be more overuse related in nature. If that's desk work, there's postural considerations, things like development of neuropathies like carpal tunnel, leading to some numbness, tingling, affecting the hands. Certainly can see traumatic incidences, but in terms of the type of stuff that fits into this discussion, hand and wrist, overuse issues with tendons and nerves. And a lot of folks tend to do some overhead repetitive work, and we see a lot of rotator cuff related pain, shoulder impingement. And kind of coming back, the first step is assessing the ergonomic demands, really understanding what each individual role is, because like I said, across campus that can vary drastically. And if you really get into some of these positions that people are getting in, say they're working under a hood all day, you can see how very easily you get into some provocative positions. So for my role, it's a lot of treating people as individuals and trying to understand what their work role is, what their goals are outside of work, and trying to put that all together to come up with the right diagnosis and treatment plan.
Peggy, how can workplace wellness programs be designed to effectively address physical activity needs?
This is something that we've worked with a lot of different businesses on, and it's something that a lot of them want to tackle. And I think there's a few angles to this. One is sort of the policies and facilities. And there's really two levels. There's written policies about whether you can take physical activity breaks and things like that. I think for those of you who are managers in the room, it might feel like, we're in this enormous place. There's all these policies we have no control over. But I often feel like UW's an enormous group of micro businesses, not in terms of the written policies, but the culture and norms that are set. So, a lot of people don't even know what the formal policies are, but they do know whether people in their unit like to take walks during the day, or whether that's considered an okay thing to do. So I think that it's really important, within different working units, that the tone is set, that people can take advantage of the resources and facilities we have, that's important, and that's seen as helping you do your job, not a signal that you don't have enough to do, as one of my staff who came from industry told me. Like we had these, like, at this time every week, everybody who wants takes a 15-minute walk, and one of my folks said, if I do that, I'm telling you I don't have enough to do. And so it's like, okay, like, That sounds like an abusive culture. I hope you're happier here. So I think that, we can make it a lot easier for people to be physically active. We can provide sit to stand desks, although as a owner of those, I'm like, boy, it's easy to forget to use that thing in the upright position once you get busy. I have to say my staff are doing very well at that. With actual programs, we really try to encourage folks to let employees choose their own type of activity whenever possible. As we talked about before, different people enjoy different things, but also there are people who may have disabilities or chronic conditions who are going to benefit from some activities much more than others. So, if you have a challenge going on, then it's really important that people set their own goals and choose their own activity. And if they want to pair up with another employee, that's great. The last thing I would say is that communication is so important. And it may seem silly, but you have to communicate the information about the programs or the resources, whatever you're offering, many times in many different ways. It's never a one and done. All of us get so much information thrown at us every day that it's easy to either miss it completely the first time or just forget. So I think that's the final piece of the puzzle in terms of really helping the people you're working with take advantage of what we have.
That's great. So moving to nutrition, and what workplace norms can a manager support to promote healthy nutrition practices?
Okay, so I'm going to break my answer into two parts. First, I'm going to explain what not to do, and then I'll get into explaining what to do. So as a manager, you're a person that has some power within the organization, and it's really important as a person with some power to understand your own biases around body size. So I recommend that every manager go ahead and complete the Harvard Implicit Bias Test for fat thin, and then also read up about the harms of weight stigma. We do know that weight stigma leads to decrease in health-seeking behaviors and an increase in weight. So the stigma is the harmful part. So we really need to avoid putting any more stigma on people. Food-related topics can really be triggering for some people, and food is also a big part of some people's identity. So we would never want a manager to be commenting on what someone's eating. And let's see, was there anything else there? Yeah, and also my coworker said you need to make sure you say no food-related competitions. So I'm sorry, no food-related competitions is our viewpoint within the RD training program at UW. What we do want you to do is foster a culture of eating together. Food is joy. Invite people to eat with you. My coworker 2 to 3 times a week just comes down from her office to plop into my outer office, and then we just roll chairs and eat whatever we have, because we don't have a lunchroom. I don't think many people do, but at least go away from your desk to eat and have that community time. You could hang up the poster, the information that I gave out on what is normal eating and eating competence. And as I said, I'll give you the URL for those, because many people just don't know. Food is such a complicated thing, or we've made it such a complicated thing of what's healthy, what's not healthy. And instead having in the office place the encouragement to share the joy around food. What food do you get pleasure from? What's your favorite holiday recipe? And don't be the food police here. Food is such an important thing there for sharing that community and who you are and your identity. I think it'd be fun to take a cooking class as like a team building activity. You could also schedule walking meetings during the 2:30 to 3:30 slump hour, which is right now. I regularly do that with my employee. We just go walk around a bit. As a manager, you can also incentivize taking a lunch break. So in France, apparently it is by law required that you take a lunch break, meaning that the French labor code prohibits workers from eating lunch in the workplace. You gotta up and go. That is not the norm here, but we know it resets our minds to like have some time away and not be eating at our desks. As a manager, you can close the office midday for 30 minutes. Close the office. You can tell new employees they're expected to take a lunch break, and then it's annual review time. Ask if your employee has taken a lunch break, how often that's happening, and how you can help them continue to do that. You set that expectations. And as we've touched on and the previous group touched on, very important as a supervisor to model it yourself, whatever you want to see. Other ideas like have a recipe exchange for seasonal produce type recipes. And then my final suggestion, which should have been the first one, is talk to your employees about what they want. Some people really don't want to go into this at work, and there should be no pressure there, but they might also have awesome ideas. All right, so that's the what not to do and what to do.
Excellent, thank you. All right, back to Jonathan. Are there specific types of physical activity or activities or exercises that are particularly beneficial for employees who may be sedentary during the day or have sedentary jobs?
Good question. I think the answer is that all movement, physical activity, and exercise is good, and there's no one fit for everyone. And so everyone should choose an activity that feels safe and comfortable and hopefully engaging and enjoyable for themselves. So if your baseline is that you don't move very much and you're not very physically active, you have to choose something that perhaps you're more capable of doing. If you have health conditions that limit things, if you have arthritis or a heart condition, you might be limited in what you can do as well. So the idea of physical activity is that it's very, very individualized, and both for health reasons as well as, what do you like best? I'll leave you with a few numbers here to remember, 20, 75, and 150. 20 was just my lifestyle that I try to go by. And I'll just remind you again, 20 minutes a day, just 20 minutes of your day, any 20 minutes, take 5 minutes times 4, any 20 minutes a day, just go do something that's a little bit more active than sitting around or just walking around. The World Health Organization, as you know, has physical activity guidelines for health. And what's nice about them is that if you meet their recommendations, you get 80 or 90% of all the health benefits by sort of hitting their minimum standard. So reducing all-cause mortality, cardiovascular benefits, preventing cancer, things like that, mental health. And so 75 to 75 minutes of more vigorous activity. So I'm going to break a sweat. I'm going to become a little more short of breath, sort of like jogging, maybe cycling or sports, things like that. So 75 minutes a week. And then 150 is 150 of more moderate level physical activity, basically taking a walk or a brisk walk. So 150 minutes a week, which is very close to 20 minutes times 7, actually, but the World Health Organization didn't ask me for my opinion when they were making their guidelines, just saying. And what's nice also, there's actually a recent study that talked about the weekend warrior. So let's say you're sedentary all week and you just didn't get anything done. Can you make it up on the weekend? The answer is actually yes, you can. So if you get your 75 minutes of vigorous activity on the weekend, or you get 150 minutes of moderate level activity just on the weekend, those 1 or 2 days, and hopefully you don't injure something and come see Charlie and I, you get the health benefits as well. And so from these little exercise snacks or breaks, physical activity breaks you can take in the workplace or add up during the week to what you can do on the weekend, I hope the message here is that accomplishing physical activity for health should be very feasible, right? It should feel like you can do it because you can break it up into little small parts and they all add up and you have goals that hopefully are attainable.
I find throughout the different seasons of my life, like when my children were babies, I was a weekend warrior, pushing them in the stroller miles and miles and miles because I was a working mom. And now that my kids are teenagers, I'm more back to the 20 minutes to 40 minutes a day. Although exercise is part of my job, right? And the whole U offers so many ways to move, so many ways to move. And, putting a plug in there, it's been really wonderful to see and to hear about the impact of all of the fitness side of the whole U and all the different classes, whether it's dance, whether it's yoga, whether it's my weight training class, whether it's the daily moving break that Sebastian and Hannah lead, which is fantastic. Those, and so many of those are recorded. They're fortunately and unfortunately for me on YouTube, so there's no excuse. You can definitely find them. So I definitely encourage you all, if you haven't participated in that pillar of the whole U, I strongly encourage you to go to the website and just look at all the different videos, handouts, 5K walking plans, all the way to a marathon. They're all 16 weeks, so they're 4-month progression plans. They work. And if you do already do something, maybe next week share that with your colleagues or your staff to try some of those classes. All right, next up is Charles. So how can managers create a work environment that promotes movement and physical activity throughout the day while still meeting productivity goals and deadlines? That's a hard question.
Yeah, I think one thing I was reflecting on with colleagues before coming up here is just, over the last few years, with all the disruption that many work settings have had, what that has looked like, in the physician role has been a little bit different. So I think we all face our unique challenges, but whether it's being active or coming back from a work injury, I think that flexibility in the workplace is very much appreciated and supported. Allowing, if somebody's lifestyle does have different pockets of productivity, whether that's my wife works East Coast hours, I'm trying to get to clinic at 8 a.m., managing daycare drop-offs and stuff. So I've worked in some of my academic time in the morning, which then turns into flexible time in the evening after bedtime and such. And that's going to look different in everybody's own role in life. But the ultimate goal is to focus on productivity, being clear about your expectations, being appreciative of everybody's individual motivators, and figuring out how to work together to find a way that creates a positive workplace and people are motivated to be there and motivated and engaged to do their work. I think another thing that was mentioned earlier too is demonstrating those behaviors as a leader, whether that's inviting people on a walk in the middle of the day, or I'm going to be doing this whole U class later. Would you like to join me? Those types of things I think go a long way. Especially when I'm talking to my supervisors and they're talking about their run they did on the weekend or something like that. I think having that type of relationship and understanding what motivates people both inside and outside of work can be very helpful.
That's great. I think the support too, I think, on our team, we've had some people on our team pick up running or walking, and because I'm a runner, it's been really fun to hear, to be able to celebrate them, right? Because they're new to it. So I think the more you can communicate to your team about maybe like a fun goal or some new dance class you're going to try, to be able to talk about it and support each other, so that, just like having that accountability, you have accountability for yourself, or maybe your family members support you. I think it's really great, since we're all bringing our whole selves to work now. It's become that culture to also share, if you have that courage to share maybe a physical activity goal or something that you're trying.
I would also double down on what Dr. Dresner said too, of I think we get caught in these ruts of saying like, oh, I have to do my 30 minutes or an hour, I don't have that hour, or I'm not going to do anything. And I then you just lose all momentum. But I think creating those safe environments to do those exercise snacks and a little bit can go a long way, whether that's making a decision to take the stairs. A lot of us before the panel talked about, how we commute, whether it's walking or biking, and try and build that into the lifestyle. But I think anything you can do to help somebody or encourage somebody to create some momentum can only grow exponentially from there.
Yeah, when you said the meetings too, we've talked to our team has talked about this. Raise your hand if now in this like hybrid world or even virtual or remote world, you're back-to-back Zoom, right? So before we used to be, oh, I have a meeting at upper campus, then I have a meeting across campus, then I have to go to the tower. So we don't realize, like, we used to count for 15, 20 minutes of getting there, whether it was walking to your car to then getting to that meeting. Now we're scheduling back-to-back Zooms, which can be really hard on maybe being able to have our lunch, right? Like nourishing our body between meetings and then moving our body between meetings. So something that we're trying to discuss as a team and our whole employee experience team is about setting time between those Zoom meetings so that you can move or nourish your body or take that break. So it's not like 10 to 11 and then 12 and then 1 and then 2. That's absolutely exhausting. We didn't do that before. So trying to shift to maybe it's 11 to 12, but then you're not available till 12:15 or 12:30. It's a really hard behavior to change, but I think if you maybe even consider doing that twice a week, you may see, some open, I always call them like windows of opportunity to move, because moving isn't just for me, my physical feeling, it's for my mental too, to be able to prepare for different meetings or to prepare to get into my like deep strategy. I need that movement. I really feel that benefits. So perhaps you can try that. All right, next, let's see. Peggy, what are some common challenges employees face in maintaining healthy behaviors, healthy diet, or staying physically active in the workplace?
Yeah, I think a lot of those challenges are implicit in what we've been talking about. I've talked with a lot of employees over the years about these challenges. I'm really interested in employees who are in jobs that are paying wages, but I think many of us will resonate with the things that folks in those jobs have told us. Time and stress, big challenges, right? To prepare healthy food often is seen as taking more time. To engage in physical activity takes time, and I agree. I know a lot of people who have the perception of like, if I can't throw an hour into this, like there's no point in walking for 10 minutes at a time. I think that's changing, which is great. I think the other issue is that feeling of limited time often goes with this feeling of stress. And it's such a vicious cycle because stress tends to sap our energy to do anything, including to be physically active. But physical activity does help manage stress. And a big review just came out showing that physical activity is very effective in helping manage depression as well. But when you really feel under the gun, it can be hard to tell yourself that. I think for some people, money is also a big challenge. It costs money to buy healthy food. In our culture, it often costs more money. Many years ago, I was in a different country, and I just was I couldn't help but notice that 5 kilos of tomatoes was our equivalent of 50 cents, and a teeny bag of M&Ms was our equivalent of $5. It's kind of the opposite of that here. So for folks who are really strapped for cash, sometimes it's a lot easier to buy, less expensive, nutritionally poor, but calorically more dense foods. So again, we've had a lot of employees just say it's really expensive to eat healthy and it's a lot of work. I just remember somebody talking about making this salad for dinner, and I'm still shocked. This is a lot of stuff, and I feel that way too, honestly, when I'm making soup, which is like my one specialty, but I still have poor knife skills. So whatever like the recipe says in time, it's going to take me double Yeah, it's really bad. It doesn't seem to get better. I think the other challenge is just access that we've been talking to during the workday, to healthy food options, and to time and resources for physical activity. One thing that hasn't come up that, you know, many workplaces within UW are blessed for, but I don't know about all of them, is it's often easier to eat healthy if you bring it yourself. But if you bring it yourself, you need a cold place to store it, and maybe you need a way to heat it. And so I guess, you know, one question I would ask, if you're not in a building that's great for that, is like, oh, is there anything we can do? Even if it's to the point of having a mini fridge and a mini microwave. Because for some people, just that's the barrier. They have no way to like, safely have access to have their food. We talked a lot about manager support, and the last thing I would say about that is just it really helps for your unit if you know what UW has to offer. Maybe you can't answer every question that comes up about OU or Smart Health or IMA or all the things, but if you know where to point people, that's really helpful. And it's also a delicate balance. You know, we talked about modeling, engaging employees, encouraging employees, but these are personal topics, and some of the managers we've worked with have really wanted to sort of say, I can do all of that, but I have to respect my employees' decision on these behaviors. It's personal, they choose. And I think that's really a great insight. You know, people want to feel supported. They don't want to feel judged or like they're being coerced. And if you're a manager, you do have power over your employees, you know. And so I just, you know, think about those relationships. Like you have some employees where if you say, let's make this a walking meeting, where if an employee really doesn't feel like it, they'll tell you. And others who may be like, oh, I guess I kind of have to do this walking meeting. So I would just be mindful too of trying to balance that encouragement and engagement with respecting everybody's right on what right to choose what they'll do this day.
All right. Last question. I may give you all a little gift of time today. How can a manager modify a physical space to promote healthy nutrition practices in their workspace place?
All right, modify physical space. So within public health, we always talk about making the healthy choice the easy choice. And in the nutrition space, that would be remove that communal candy bowl. It's not that people can't have candy, it's just having a communal bowl. You're going to eat more. That's what the research shows if it's sitting out there. Bring a bag of apples or oranges, string cheese, nuts, bubbly water, and put it in the break room, because everyone loves free food. And then I so appreciate that Peggy brought this up, but provide adequate refrigeration, hot pots, microwaves, ways to allow your employees to enjoy their own food. I've been coming to this campus for 20 plus years every day, and I'm so tired of all the food here. It forces me to pack my lunch. So having those different things available is really helpful. As I'd already said, establish a place that people can eat lunch. As I said previously, I'm a dietitian, so I go visit our dietitians in the various hospitals connected to UW Medicine, and quite a few of them, they have lunch all together. And it's a time to connect there, where they hide away and, you know, get to have brain off time and chit-chatting, get to know each other. Another thing you can do is encourage hydration. We know when people are dehydrated, their brains don't work as well, and their energy goes down. So if your water tastes funny in the building, maybe get one of those water coolers. Bring it in, and everyone donates for it, because you probably can't put that on a budget these days. I don't know. You could also set up like an herbal tea station. Buy a bunch of boxes of herbal tea. You know, it costs $20, and have it next to the hot water pot, and encourage everyone to have some tea. So ideas like that of trying to make the space accommodating to making that healthy choice the easy choice.
Excellent. Is there anything else that our panelists would like to say or speak to?
Yeah, just I don't know exactly what the comment was, but it triggered this thought. But when I'm in clinic trying to, understand my patient, I'll try to get a sense of what the injury is, what they're talking for. But then something that I find really helpful, that I think possibly translates into employer-employee supervisor relationship, is trying to take a conscious pause before getting into the business part of it, the exam. That's I just try to look them in the eye and say, so what do you like to do for fun? And it's surprising how many people will look back at me and not even know what to say, because they nobody's asked them that before. They just haven't taken conscious time to think about what brings them that enjoyment. So it's, I think taking that conscious pause and trying to get a little more depth with whoever you're in there with can be something that's easily doable and takes a small amount of time and can completely reshift both your relationship and create a focused, goal-oriented conversation pretty quickly.
I was just going to comment that there's been a lot of talk about how do you get people to be active in the workplace, and I was just going to say that the goal is not just that they're active in the workplace, but perhaps what you've done in the workplace has facilitated them to be active outside of the workplace. So if they leave work exhausted and stressed, they're less likely to go home and get their 20 minutes or go exercise. And so as managers, as colleagues and people, I think you have to try to create the all-around environment for them that includes that wellness and less stress, and don't have unnecessary meetings, and give people free time, because everyone re-energizes a little bit differently. And you want them to finish their day not exhausted, but more energized. Like, okay, I feel like I have energy to go home and be a partner, be a parent, go exercise, do what they need to do. But I think it's global. So as managers or as leaders, and I also think you have to be aware that it's hard for the people who work for you, I think, to always to say no, right? And so I think I would encourage everyone to try to say no to things that they don't really want to do, because your life, you only have so much time in the day, and you should focus on the things that are going to be more productive and feel good for you. But I think when you think about the workplace, some of our staff members, they can't always say no. They feel obligated. So if you've taken half of their lunch hour to have some meeting, isn't that really important? Maybe that half hour is better used just as their time, free time, to socialize, take a walk, do what they need to do. And again, you may not see them exercise at or get physical activity at work, but it may translate later that they're leaving work in a better space.
Meetings, right? The meetings take so much time. So much time. Does anyone have a question or comment on physical health at work, or just physical health in general? Sure.
Something that somebody had mentioned earlier in the day about blocking time. You've got your meetings, you have to actually block that time. If you want to take that 15 minutes, that 20 minutes, if you do that, and you may not be able to work it in, but it's there. It'll be a reminder. I set aside this time to go on. And I think scheduling that time is important, and will probably help you to achieve that.
Absolutely. Some groups at University of Washington and UW Medicine, they make it part of their meeting. So if you do have like a weekly management meeting or a weekly team meeting that is 45 minutes to an hour, 10 minutes of that is actually something around well-being. So it could be stretching together, meditating, blocking the time that you actually walk and then you meet. I think that's important because we are all so busy. Again, it's that meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. And that causes the exhaustion. And you're right. Like, raise your hand if you want to exercise after work when you are so exhausted, even though you know it's so good for you. And it will probably make you feel better, but it's hard. Who's a morning exerciser? Gotta get it done. Check, check, check. Who's midday? Anyone? Oh, that's awesome. And then after work? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's a great idea.
Lauren, can I comment on this idea that we're going to have group activity and exercise as part of our meeting? I think it's a great concept, and to the extent that it works, I think it's wonderful. But just, I guess my comment would be, like, make it optional and give that time back to the staff member. Make sure they know, you know, our meeting's only 45 minutes. If you want to do this group activity for 15 minutes, we can at the end, or go have your own time, because I think everyone's choice on what they do for that might be different. Some people may not feel comfortable, you know, engaging in whatever the group activity is. So just make sure it's optional. It seems like a good idea, but other people might just want to get some of their work done so they can be in a better headspace to go exercise later or whatever it is.
It's a great point. John hates meetings. So do I.
I'm all for efficient meetings.
Yeah. I think if you provide some of that flexibility too, I think you might be surprised in how many people, maybe not at first, but at some point see that community building happening and engage. So, you know, from my own experience, the periods where I've been most gratified with and my own physical activity is when it's been really community focused, whether it's, you know, the gym that I was belonging to when I was an intern in Texas, or different environments where I've had those bonds of communities. So I think by creating some of that flexibility and making an individual kind of buy-in situation, you might be surprised on how many people ultimately do choose to participate and create that community.
Yeah, definitely. So fun. Hi, you had a question. So a trick to stick with your exercise routine.
I do have a trick. I don't know if it will work for everyone. I had a very, very hard time sticking to it many years ago, and we had this period coming up at work that was going to be very intense. We had a big proposal done in a very short number of weeks. And I just said to myself, I'm going to exercise, you know, like 20 or 30 minutes 5 times a week during this crazy time. And if I actually do that, I don't have an excuse anymore that I'm too busy. Now, foolishly back then, I thought I could never be busier than this, right? But it actually really worked, you know, because I didn't want to sort of let myself down by not being able to do it for a month or whatever it was. And then once I'd been doing it for a month and that proposal got handed in, I was like, oh, I actually feel better, even though this was going to be an awful time. But it was just helpful, you know, as was said earlier, of just, you know, okay, I can take the 20 minutes and I'm actually probably going to get more done if I do than if I don't. But I had to almost trick myself into believing it by doing that little test. But it worked. That was almost 20 years ago.
I'd say one other, I don't know if it's a trick to stick with your exercise routine, but, you know, don't get hurt. Right? You know, injury really pulls people out of exercise. And I can tell you, the older you get, the faster you get deconditioned. And it's really hard to get back to where you want to be and where you were. And so consistency with your physical activity and exercise routine is probably your best safety mechanism and your best way to prevent injury. So don't overreach. Nice slow progression of whatever it is you're doing. Stay consistent with it. And hopefully you don't get injured, and that facilitates you feeling good with it.
I would also say make it not what you do, but who you are, like part of who you are. It's your brand, and having the ability to set boundaries with maybe others, whether it's your colleagues or your boss or your family or your friends. Like, this is who I am. I move throughout my day, and this is my time. And so that once you build that, or once you have that as a brand, my family knows that I need to move in order to feel really great all around. My colleagues know that, my friends know that, the training partners know that. So I think also, like, psychologically making it part of who you are can kind of keep you focused. Absolutely, you have to find something new. Yeah.
Try something else, and if that doesn't work for you, try something else, and just kind of keep going and or mix it up. I'm gonna walk today, I'm gonna cycle tomorrow, I'm gonna do a little, and that keeps it fun for you. I'm gonna do this.
Music, yeah.
I was trying to do running, and I just couldn't get a groove. I love walking, I like walking fast, but I just never watch people run. I was thinking, beautiful. I want to do that. And until I put gum in my mouth, like chewing gum changed my life. Who suggest this? Because I was gum in my running pack, and I chew gum, and I'm running.
So
and it just, I don't know. So I don't know. Just do what you want.
Everybody wants to know what type of gum that was.
It's the like that. It blows great bubbles, and I swear I told my husband, if anybody on their Ring camera posts me running past their house today, I'm gonna be mortified because I know they're singing and doing bubbles. That's because I was in my own world, but that was so good.
That's awesome. Welcome to the running club. You bet.
Similarly, I'll echo the forced commute strategy. That's how I kind of set my floor. So we've made a family decision just to have one car, and then I ride my bike and ride kids up to school and such. And then, like you said, I know I'm going to get my baseline 30 minutes because there's some steep hills in Seattle. And, once you're out there, you're stuck. You got to get back. So I think finding those little strategies, whether they're tricks but it like the themes, like we said, it has to be accessible, has to be fun, community component, accountability is helpful. And then it just, I think consistency is key, like Dr. Dresner said.
Oh, yes. That's habit stacking. Those are great. Yes. Yeah. It is hard, but yeah, definitely like keep trying, right? Because every like it's not a one size fits all, and wellness isn't a one size fits all. And I think that's what's so great about our employee experience team and all of our engagement programs that we do, and why we are kind of a leader in this industry is we don't just provide fitness and EAP and nutrition. It's everything. Finances are part of our wellness. The things that we enjoy, our interests are part of our wellness, our community building, whether it's going down to a football game as a team or the women's soccer. You know, Nicole has been a huge partner of ours, and after Fitness Day, we're going to all go down and cheer her team on their last spring game. So those are those moments of joy that bring wellness at work. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming and spending either half your day or your full day. This was our first year ever doing something like this, so feedback is super, super welcome. I know we didn't really cover sleep. That was kind of on a physical, you know, it is on that physical health realm. There's other things that I think we could have done maybe in between our sessions, but so feedback definitely welcome. I think we'll probably continue to do this every year. I do want to thank TIAA. They sponsor the Whole U and all those meals that we had. We all know UW budget, right? And the Whole U really relies on our sponsors, which is BECU, TIAA, and AT&T, that really value wellness programs, which I think is pretty phenomenal. So definitely want to thank them. And yeah, thank you to our team.
Lauren, thank you so much for organizing this. I don't want to speak totally on behalf of Dr. Dresner, but I would also say, like, if you have anything that you want to talk about, don't feel that you necessarily need to have an injury to come and see us and talk. If you want to talk about exercise, if you want prevention strategies, things like that, we're happy to visit. We have fantastic colleagues. Dr. Dresner is, leader in the cardiology field. One of our other partners, Cindy Lynn, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's on the board of directors now for the ACSM. So we are very blessed to have world leaders and very humble people who will sit down and talk to you about whatever the concern is. So don't feel like you have to wait till you're hurt or out of your routine. We're available and happy to help.
And it is amazing because all four of you, all your departments have presented for the Whole U. So UW Sports Medicine has done seminars over the 10 years. Our dietitians have done seminars. Your students have done seminars. So definitely appreciate all of our partnerships. There's a lot of really smart, amazing people at University of Washington. So, all right, well, have a great afternoon. The packet for you is for you to take back with you. That's actually our annual report. As well as the whole 10-year report. So it's a really great snapshot of the program and all of the things that we offer at the Whole U. And then that's it. Yeah, there may be more food. You're welcome to take some food home, some bagels. And then May 8th is UW Fitness Day. So if you're not registered, go register. I think we're at capacity, but some people don't show, so just show. It's May 8th. At 11:30 at Husky Fields. Lauren, are you going or what? Pranika's team is coming.